We'll be online
Online?
about now.
Are we
Hello.
online?
We should be.
Now?
Now, just now.
Welcome back, adventurers. I have a thing I have to say now. This game is now being brought to you with backing music from Sirenscape. Enjoy. Good at this. Right. Let's get into it. Thank you. I'm really, I'm really used to talking about, this kind of thing on camera. I mean, don't know if you could tell. Today, we have recap from Lily, if you don't mind.
This is session 109, correct?
110.
Oh no, this one before was 109.
Yeah.
The one I'm recapping. 110 hasn't happened yet.
That's this one.
No.
Good. Okay. So I was like, did I miss something?
Sorry, I got confused.
Okay, so we have split the party after the coup, which is a very wise decision that we tend to make quite a lot. So we have Brian, Loran, Slya, Saraza, Zarina, Leander, all going to see the Archfey Titania. Bluey joins Cass and Neff in babysitting Karul, and Karul is starting to look like he would prefer death at this point. Understandable. So Loran and Brian are kind of trying to not talk about the Talia incident on the way to Titania. They just kind of brush it off, and Zarina doesn't ask any more questions. So, gosh, Aylin, you write so many good notes. Saraza at first isn't sure about coming to meet Titania, but Brian and Slya thinks that he has plenty to add and he is a comforting presence. So we want him there. That group heads off through a magical haze as Zarina opens the portal to the wilds of the Feywild. As they walk, pixies watch as they make their way, and Loran and Brian bicker playfully. Slya knows that we are in the homeland of Fey, pixies, nymphs, dryads, and satyrs, as well as archfey themselves. The playful bickering between Brian and Loran continues until Loran steps in it, and he really does. They keep walking, and Zarina says not to eat or drink anything if they want to be able to leave. They pass through a lilac mist, and everyone gets through except Saraza, who unfortunately gets replaced with a centaur as Slya heads through the mist. At this point, because of the bickering, Brian turns Loran into a peacock and they walk on. Cutting back to the Sealy court, Cass, Bluey, and Neff and some of the mages are watching over Karul. Karul is stropping inside the barrier, but they continue just lapping it up and enjoying Karul's misery. Again, fair enough. Gosh, there's just so many good, amazing moments. Basically, Neff, we should have unleashed Neff on Karul a lot sooner. They go on about Karul's personal hygiene and says that he should cut his nails and wash his hands a little bit more. Karul asks if he starts having better hygiene, if Jaral might get back with him. But Cass and Neff say no, and also that Jaral is dead, so that's a bit of a creepy thought, Karul. They turn to knock-knock jokes, and Karul is now steaming in his cell. He's like a hot lobster. Tome comes in and assures everyone that Karul doesn't need to eat, sleep, or perform any bodily functions inside the barrier, and we think it would be great to have a slumber party with him. Neff is doing a great job. We cut back to the grove where Zarina leads us on. Brian plucks one of Loran's peacock feathers, and Loran is sad. Brian apologizes with kisses and is apparently forgiven. Zarina leads them on to a path where they see a group of adventurers who were entranced by... Sorry, there's a really big echo. And it's
How does that change? Why does it happen? Yeah, it's okay. I'll just fiddle around. How's that?
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Okay, I'll keep going. Zarina seems okay to leave the dancers to be... No, it's still there, I'm sorry. Maybe...
Okay, I'll just mute.
Sorry. So Zarina is happy to leave the dancers to be charmed by the music, but Brian and Slya are less inclined, and so Zarina casts a spell. We think they're going to be fine. They pass through a barrier of wisteria where they see a circular fountain with silvery golden water. At the center of the fountain is Titania. She is a 9-foot tall woman with Yeah, she's great. Everyone sips for Titania, essentially. We all go in and bow, and Titania greets everyone by kissing them on the head and kind of seems like she's reading their mind. She goes through everyone, has little chats, and we all bond. It's really beautiful. She basically recognizes that all of us have trauma. Sparkles. She admits that things have gotten out of hand in her absence, and Zarina has brought those who suffered the most as requested. Titania was expecting Sarazer as well, and Zarina's like, oh yeah, they got lost. Titania summons him back, and it's all fine. Sarazer is bewildered, but quickly recomposes himself. The Venthressers then come up as they talk about the coup. Brian pipes up to say that the Venthressers are evil. Everyone agrees. Titania calls on Slya first to plead their case, and claims that the Sealy court made an unjust agreement which puts Slya in great peril. Slya also mentions Jaral and the fact that Karul's son is with him, and Titania inquires where Valis is now, and Slya admits that they're both in a shissel. She also mentions that the Drow delegation has parted ways with the Sealy court, but she believes they might have aided the Venthressers in some way. Basically, Slya gives her a rundown of everything that the Drow delegation did and how she was directly involved. And Titania asks if Slya thinks that the Drow delegation truly wanted to see Karul tried. Sorry, I'm trying to synthesize this very in-depth note-taking. Yeah, so Slya gives basic rundown, and then Titania asks if there is a member of the Venthress family with them. Zarina says that we've brought Cortan, as unfortunately, the other Venthress is no longer with us. Rest in pieces. Loran shiftily answers that Talia is no longer living, and yes, rest in ash. Thank you, Anna. Brian and Loran shuffle closer together. They're a little bit guilty, but they're not backing down. Titania asks if they can speak of Talia's crimes and what would warrant an execution. Brian says it's Loran's place, not his, and Loran would rather show her rather than tell her. Fair enough. Titania reads Loran's mind, and her light fades and thorns spike in her hair, and the grove darkens for a moment. She says that through Loran, her own will has been carried out, though preemptively, although she does chide him for using truth spells. Titania then apologizes to Zarina, Leander, and Sarazer because they were not able to save Loran due to the laws of the Sealy court. Titania then wants to hear from Cortan Venthress, even though she is convinced of the corruption in the family. Okay, so then she says to Brian, can you tell me why you want to take Karul out of the Sealy court to be executed in the Maasai? Brian steps up and gives a few political reasons without revealing his own personal attachment to Karul, but then he lets Titania read his mind, and Titania, though a little bit reticent to let Karul leave the Sealy court, agrees that Karul should be killed sooner rather than later, and with the restructuring of the court, it's going to be very difficult to execute him in time. She kisses Brian on the forehead and leaves him with a comforting warmth, and he goes back to his seat. Titania then calls on Zarina to release those on trial for potential corruption. We cut back to Karul's cell, and it seems like a battalion's on the move. Zarina's mages are gearing up to protect basically the coup they've managed to secure. They look outside and see the Arch Premier, also known as Talia's fiance, I guess ex-fiance now, she's not really here. Cass goes out to greet the Arch Premier. He seems a little bit confused, a little bit miffed, and says that they should have a chat. Basically, Cass and Neff are trying to buy a bit more time while we wait for Zarina to come back with the others. Wow. When Cass and Neff leave Karul in his cell, Karul sits back and sighs with relief. Same. Yeah, so they chat with the Arch Premier. He agrees to give them 30 minutes, during which they will wait for the others. Back in the grove, Titania wants to start the judgment of Cortan Venthress, so Zarina summons him. Cortan is basically just a massive coward, and he's like, no, it's not my fault. And then he tries to blame Talia, which makes everyone kind of see maybe the environment that caused Talia to be such a bitch. Cortan he's basically just denying everything, and Titania's like, dude, I can read your mind. Stop. He's very bitter and jealous of the Dehane family and the fact that their power exceeds his own and they were not born into their power. He's basically an imperialist and we don't like him. He admits that he was involved in the coup. He wants to take credit for the circle, saying that he and Talia established and designed it, but Zarina does not believe that the Venfresses have that power. And Cortan admits that he did not know who designed the circle, which is a bit sus. He also admits to kidnapping and endangering Leander because they needed him to fuel the circle. He's such a bad dad. I'm just reading this again. Bad dad. Brian calls him a coward and a liar, and there doesn't seem to be any dissent to that. Zarina then summons the rest of the court to figure out who he was allied with in this coup. Brian manages to insight that it's Tegan, and he signals this to Titania. Brian starts blushing because every time Titania praises him, he's like, "Ooh, big lady, big hands." Titania manages to ascertain that Tegan is a victim of her sister, who I believe is the head of the Unseelie Court. Not entirely sure. She says she'll not bother us with the conflict between the Seelie and the Unseelie Court, but she will deal with Tegan separately, as she believes it's part of that. She then turns on Cortan and says she's made her judgment and crushes his head in her hands. She lays him down and flowers bloom from the crushed remains of his skull. And she basically says he's going to keep living in that mulch for the rest of his existence, and she will enjoy that. Shay is very hot for Titania at this point, and the show of violence. We all agree that Shay needs some therapy. We've known this for a little while, but that really hammered it home. Titania says she will be calling a court of stars, a parliament between the Seelie and Unseelie courts, and thanks us for basically our part in identifying the corruption in the Seelie court. She says we carry a mighty burden. She wishes there was more she could do. There's only one more thing she can offer us, and she casts for a small water skin and fills it with water from the fountain and putting a stopper in the top. She gives it to Slya and says that it represents the passage of time, and it might be able to change time if there's any point when Slya feels the need. As we head out, Loran brings up that Titania is a druid patron, and Brian is considering saying bye to Daddy Sylvanus. They all leave the Seelie court at this point. So they will leave for the Seelie court at this point. Cass and Neff see us arrive back. Barely any time has passed. Brian and Loran give them updates on how amazing Titania is. Cass is going to love her. They catch up that basically the Arch Premier is standing outside. He needs to have a chat with Zarina. We all barge in on Karul, and he is not happy again. He's been left with Bluey, but he hasn't gotten to Bluey because Bluey is a rock, and it's amazing. Karul's really, suffering. More snipes at Karul. We inform him that he's going to go to the Maasai, where we're going to be having a lovely family dinner, but he isn't invited to the dinner. We make sure he knows that. Karul starts getting very angry, but we basically just tell him to shut up and we're not playing his game. It looks like Karul is about to explode. He is fuming pissed. Karul starts a tirade and is interrupted by Neff. And in his anger, he bursts out that he is glad that Osha is gone. We didn't know that something had happened to Osha, but this does affect Neff slightly, even though she doesn't show it directly to Karul. We taunt him and say, what can he do from inside his little cell? Brian tells Karul it's okay to be angry and upset when things are so far out of his control, like Neff, as she's so completely out of everyone's control. Karul said that it doesn't end with him, and Brian says no, but it's a start, and seems quite satisfied with the situation. Brian also takes another dig at Karul that even if Jaral was still alive, he wouldn't want him, and neither of them want him, so they're just as good as dead to him. Karul threatens to find another, but we all say that Karul should probably lower his standards a bit if he wants to find someone on his level. But the bar is on the floor, as Neff says, a limbo bar. We then decide to leave him because we're kind of done with Karul for the day. But Brian and Loran stay. Zarina takes the others out to discuss things with the Arch-Premier as the regimented guards make their way in. Neff goes to another room with Slya and asks her to do a sending to Osha. On reflection, she does realize that Osha's sendings have been a bit strange, especially with the inclusion of I love you, which they haven't actually said to each other. So Slya agrees, and they send a message to Osha. The reply is a bit monotonous, and it doesn't sound at all like Osha, and they kind of realize that something is a bit wrong. There's nothing they can immediately do about it, but it's a bit skewed and unnatural, nondescript, and incredibly basic, which is not a good sign, and kind of reveals that Karul's threat might have actually been substantial. And that was what happened last session.
Okay, thank you very much for the recap. So everyone, you are in your separate parts of the court. Neff and Slya, you stand together, while Bluey, you watch over Karul. Ulster, Cass,
Ulster and the Ram are watching Karul.
As well? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Slya had
just
stepped
Bluey,
out of
Ulster,
the
and the Ram.
room and had.
I think it was
with
just Ulster and
everybody
Ram.
else. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So, everybody, how would you like to proceed? What is next on the table?
Good point.
Let's figure out how to move Karul, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. You can see that all around you, the situation is changing slowly but surely as Leander and Zarina begin to sort of step into their roles as members of the court, as enforcers of peace. You know, Cass, that the situation outside with regards to the army is a strong word. The troops that have been assembled by the Arch-Premier. It seems that 30-minute window that the Arch-Premier established is quickly closing, and Zarina and Leander are just kind of like making their way through, organizing things. Anything you want to do? Anything you want to tip them off about?
I think Cass would just kind of be with them and just kind of explain what has happened and that she bought half an hour, but that they're probably gonna come in now.
For sure. Okay.
And the Arch-Premier was a bit of a dick.
He's often like that, Zarina says. Although I feel like that might be a bit more of the Ventress influence. He seemed like a fairly decent person until that. But hey, not a problem anymore. We've cut that down. What would be best next? Why don't we go out and say hello?
Let's.
Zarina makes her way towards the door, and without much hesitation, throws it open. And she smiles. Hello? Who's come knocking? Very clearly looking, making a show of looking around, even though the Arch-Premier is standing directly in front of them. In front of you both. And the Arch-Premier just holds up a hand. As you notice, the troops have sort of slowly been encroaching on the entranceway. And he looks between the two of you and just says, well, me and my guard. Are you involved in... You are involved in this as well. Looks to Cass. Cass.
I told you I'd get Zarina and Leander. They've just been having a meeting with the Queen Titania, so... Like I said, here they are.
And Zarina smiles. I think this will all make a lot more sense if you just come inside for a cup of tea. And there are murmurs kind of like heading down the steps as the guards kind of catch wind of Zarina's words. And the Arch-Premier takes a step away and says, I had wanted to do this in my own quarters. And Zarina looks at him and says, you came to my door. Come along. Cass, leave the door open for him, but let's not waste too much time. We have preparations.
Of course. And Cass kind of like gives him a look and like follows.
And you notice that Zarina kind of just magics the door slightly to keep it completely open. And the Arch Premier, if you're looking back at all, looks confused. And then motions to a single guard. And enters, following both of you. Slya, you would see this too, standing out in the hallway as you are. Neff, you as well. The doorway is completely open. You do see that the Feywild, outside it is getting, well, the guards are drawing more and more attention, though people seem to be keeping their distance from the scene. Understandably so.
Could I roll a perception check? Oh,
Sure.
I mean, your camera. Never mind. Was completely green for just a moment there. Also, I just realized I didn't have my dice out.
Okay.
It was like a
Also,
nice.
Bluey, I'm sorry, you're not watching Loran. You're not watching Crawl, are you?
Oh, this is gonna
Anna.
be good.
I don't believe so. If it was just Brian and Loran, I'm not sure where I am. Sorry.
Okay. Then let's just say you're out in the corridor with Neff and Slya.
21
Sweet. It's a perception check for
perceiving.
me.
21.
21 perceiving. Sweet. Okay. With 21, sorry. Just remind me what you were looking for.
I was just looking
Like,
at the guards.
Brain melt. The guards. There's a fair few of them. With a 21, you can ascertain that much. Not as many as you think would be needed to fully take over a city. It is still only a small troop, if you put it in that context. But certainly enough to hold this building. And whether there are more, you do not know.
I'll relay any information that I ascertained from my perception check to Slya, who's with me.
I think with that 21, they don't look immediately aggressive. They're not an immediate threat.
Sweet.
That's what you would know.
I don't think they're immediately threatening to our presence here.
Wasn't oddly not worried about that.
I'm just kind of worried about everything.
Sarza closes just make sure the door is fully closed to Karul's holding room. And he turns to Slya and he says, "You sound perturbed a little."
More concerned about how we're going to move Karul. And like Slya obviously looks to Neff when she says and
the guards, of course.
Neff,
We would need more of them to take over everything.
yes.
But with regards to moving Karul, he can't really be put to sleep or anything like that, right?
I don't.
No.
Magic's not really my forte, but
I guess
if he's
Neff.
Fae, you can't put him to sleep.
That's what I was thinking.
But that
Well, the only idea I had, maybe, was if we could get him into some sort of container, I could banish him, and we could build some sort of structure around him, and then he could reappear in that. But I don't know how feasible that is, considering the banishment only works for 1 minute.
well,
Neff.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I think you would find that if you banished him here, he would not go anywhere.
Oh.
That is one thing I do know about magic. A banished creature returns to its home plane.
That might, yeah, that's true. How do you know that, Sarazar? I thought you weren't very proficient in magic, Sarazar. Is this so you...
Corvius made me memorize some awful mnemonics so that I remember all the different ins and outs of spells. That's the only one that stuck with me.
I'm just a medic. I don't know anything about mnemonics, but I know about pneumonia, and that would be bad. Maybe we can give Karul pneumonia.
Or we could,
Or we could
I
throw
don't
you
know.
back in there with him. I think that'd do about the same. About the same amount of damage. I don't know.
That's a lot of
did
that's a
have
lot of damage.
a surprising effect on him. It was
It's true.
delightful.
But Neff, that's not Bluey.
I have a question. I think
Yes.
should mostly direct this to Slayer. Okay, Karul, if you're good enough at magic, you can do it without using like your arms or your voice, right? Or like moving or speaking or right?
Make an intelligence check or an arcana check, Bluey. You can choose.
I think they're the same.
Yeah.
I have a
Probably.
question.
Yes.
So
Let's get this rolling then.
the
Just 1
banishment.
second.
Well, you can go ahead. I'm still trying to get my modifier. Sorry, I think it's -1.
Sure.
Sorry.
For banishment, if the creature's on a different plane, it returns to its home plane.
Yeah, but if it says
So
if
if you're
they're
suggesting
native, then they
banishing
get
him.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were suggesting banishing him. Once you'd left the Feywild.
Oh no, I just meant like if we. Well, Neff's idea was that like if we could jail him somehow into some sort of portable containment unit of some sort, then banishment, from what I understand, unless we're doing a different ruling on it, says that if the target is native to the plane of existence you're on, then they get banished to a harmless demi-plane. Don't exactly know what it means by harmless, but while their target is incapacitated and then returns once the spell is over.
Yep. Okay. First to Bluey. What did you roll? Just because that was we were sort of.
It's 16 on the dice. I'm pretty sure it's 15. I'll go
15.
Arcana.
Okay.
15.
That's fine.
Yeah.
With a 15, you are aware that every spell you've pretty much ever seen cast has had some kind of movement or voice or component, or sort of like spoken aspect. You can't spellcast in a catatonic sense, like without using another part of your body. That's where the components come from in spell mechanics on D&D. So that much you would know. Neff, with regards to what you're referring to, make me an intelligence check. Just straight intelligence.
Okay. I'm sorry, can I make a women-loving women intelligence check instead of a straight one? That was a really bad joke. You know what, it's not very high, I think.
I liked it.
Can I get advantage for that joke, in that case?
No, but I liked it.
Okay.
It's okay.
For my intelligence check, that is a, 9.
9. Good idea.
Oh no.
Probably would work.
Oh no, Neff. Neff, please. Oh. I think I have a good idea, but I'm not really sure.
Saraza says, why
Yeah.
don't we go and speak to Zarina and Leander about whatever plans we have, extraction plans.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Plan for plan.
Yes. Saraza looks at the door. You think they'll be okay in there, right? I think they'll be okay in there. I think they'll be okay.
I believe
They're
they'll
gonna be
be perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I have the utmost faith.
I might go and get a mage though, just in case. You head up to Zorino's office. I'm going to go and find maybe Tome or one of those adjacent. I will join you later.
Okay, stay safe, Sarazu.
Sound like a plan? Stay, Saraza. I will do my best.
Stay
Yes,
safe.
to stay myself. And Saraza. Oh, Slayer.
I feel like Brian and Loran would actually be good at coming up with plans as well. Perhaps we could trust Zarina's mages have it under control here.
But I thought Ulster wanted to
Hey,
watch
now.
over. I think also would be a bit
We could
reluctant to leave him completely unguarded by one of our own.
We could.
I can go
at
in and
least
ask him.
Propose the idea. Yes.
Okay. And Sarah clicks open the door. Ulster came on. Hello.
That's
Ulster,
me.
hey.
It's you!
That's you.
Hey now.
So, Ulster, whilst all this has been happening, the door closes firmly behind Saraza, and you and Loran are left alone, relatively alone, other than the occasional shuffle of mages and the sound of buzzing as some of the remnant locusts just fly overhead. And of course, the unmistakable sizzling of stonework and hair as Karul Malel sits in his chair, very low, face turned to the ground, slightly smoking. Bad for his health, bad for your lungs. Celia?
I have a very important question. Does he break his
Ask
chair?
this question. Sorry?
Does he break his chair? Does the chair break because of all the fire?
Shh. Wait, sweet summer child. Wait, sweet summer child.
This is why Karul can't have nice things.
So, Ulster. Loran observes the empty space on the ground in front of you and says, you know what would work really well, right here? Right here.
Not a chaise
Not a
lounge.
picnic? Not a chaise lounge. What about a picnic blanket?
Go ahead.
With a flourish of his hands, Loran sets up a picnic blanket, a wonderful, interestingly enough, deep purple and gold, with reclaimed, with a small wicker basket, bunches of lavender just kind of strewn around, and small, just sort of floor seats like you might see under a kotatsu in Japan, with reclining backs, large enough for the both of you to fit on.
Brian is suitably impressed.
He looks at the empty table next to you, Ulster, and he says, I mean, food isn't my specialty.
Oh, I have limitations on what I can produce.
Maybe some sweet berries, grapes.
Okay. I think first Brian puts moss on the table so nothing will roll off it, and then he's like,
perfect.
He starts making all manner of fruit. A little fruit platter for Loran.
Loran is pleased. He picks up a strawberry. And he is about to take a bite himself, and then he stops, and he sweeps you into his arms, Ulster. And he tips you back and he says, would you like?
Ulster's like,
flames
sure.
and heat intensify in the corner of your vision as the
Ulster's not even looking at Karul. He's
grows louder. You take a bite of the strawberry, and the moment that your teeth kind of clench around it, there's just the snap and crack of wood on tile as Karul collapses in his chair, broken, cleft in twain.
Oh no!
At the sight of your disgusting love with Loran. Absolutely yucky.
That's beautiful. I think Ulster leans in and licks a bit of strawberry juice off Loran's lower lip. He's like, I think I did a good job.
Loran all but growls, and Karul, you can see his hands just kind of clench against the floor, and he just almost doorgazer in position, just kind of pushes himself onto his hands and knees and turns his back on the two of you. And Loran, not being one to ever let anything go, he says, if that's too much for you, we can tone it down. I promise. Come on. Come on. Oh, you're not gonna? Not gonna?
I don't
Not
think he
gonna
wants to
turn
join. No.
That's alright.
It's
Let's
fine.
just give him
I
no
like it when
escape.
he's
And Loran waves a hand, and across the far side of the room, a silvery fog seems to hang in the air, and then in a quick moment solidifies into what appears to be a floor-to-ceiling mirror, reflecting the scene of absolute utter bliss that the two of you have created on the far side of the room. And Loran just sort of like sits down in his chair and turns to you and says, do you know, I mean, you know this, I'm actually very good at making clothes, weaving things, embroidery, all of that. I was thinking, and he pulls out some of the purple fabric, just from like, almost producing it from the ether that he bought in Igreso. He pulls it out and he just kind of like spins it around his hand and he just says, I think this would really suit us, like just us. Don't you think? Cute little matching outfits.
What did you have in mind?
And Loran starts just measuring and crafting and draping this fabric over you all stare. And
Also
making
continues
sure
eating
to,
berries.
Yep. Every now and again, I was going to say, making sure to every now and again just pluck a berry and just drop it in your mouth as the hells open up in the center of the room. Acrid smoke funneling and just kind of being siphoned off into nowhere as it has nowhere to go.
Do you think he's going to give
Loran's
himself smoke inhalation?
carbon monoxide poisoning? I've heard that's bad.
It's one way to go.
Mm.
I've heard it's quite painful if you're awake.
Don't do it, Cruel. Don't do it.
So much to live for.
Yeah. So much to live for. You haven't even been back to the Messiah yet. Don't you miss it? The trip down memory lane. No? Coral is silent, staring at the ground.
No.
No.
He reminds me of Kev when he was younger.
How
Sad.
so?
And Kev used to sit and stare at the ground. He was scared of everyone. Maybe Coral's scared of
Was he
us.
scared of you?
But do you think he doesn't like berries?
I've
Never seen him eat a berry.
But you think he's scared of us?
You are very
Loran
intimidating.
throws a berry at the magic circle. As your picnic continues, you wait a moment and hear just the handle turning and click as Saraza enters the room. And for a moment,
Saraza.
I don't know what I was expecting other than this, to be honest. Right. Saraza's stomach growls just ever so slightly.
Would you like a berry?
He looks to Coral.
Berries.
Just a handful. And he holds out a hand.
Also just empties them into his hand.
Oh, okay. He just holds his berries and he just says, we're
Very
about to go up
nice.
to Serena and Leander's to discuss. Looks at Coral again, looks back to you. Extraction plans.
Oh. It's like a pimple.
I like that. Saraza eats a berry. Pops as it is squeezed between his teeth. And he kind of like chews and just says, oh, just like that.
Just
Pop,
like
pop.
that.
Pop. Like Tyson
So-
did to Cortan's head. That's kind of fun.
That did look quite painful. I want to learn how to do that. I know I'm not a fairy. But I think she could show me.
You could practice on points to.
But I wanted
Anyway,
to do other things to him. Anyway.
Semantics. Would you like to come?
Right now, it's my shift. We've been here around. Have we been here like what? 20 minutes?
It
I haven't
feels
taken
like
any
this-
shifts.
It feels like the mages have this under control. Just for a moment.
Also, just minutely shakes his head. Can't you wait for me? And we can do it later. I mean, if it needs to be magic users talking, maybe Bluey can take over after an hour and we can swap back in again after that. If that's what you're waiting for.
Make a persuasion check.
19 plus. I think it's a plus 6. 25.
25. So, Sarasa kind of looks between you and Coral. And when his eyes come back to you, it's almost as if he's saying, what are you waiting for? But instead of voicing any of the concerns that you can see in his expression, he just nods and says, I'll do what I can. And Loran says, just give us an hour, okay? I think.
I just feel I should stop making other people do the watches for me because it's not fair. If I can just get through my hour, then I'll feel a little bit less guilty.
Sarasa just comes over and just rests his hand in your hair, on top of your head. Yep. I'll make excuses for you.
Just give us another 40 minutes and I'll be there. Also, Emma, you're really laggy.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay. Up. There we go.
Yeah.
So, Sarasa nods and then withdraws from the room without too much more of a word. And Cruel is looking up now, eyes just quickly following where Sarasa left.
Also, promptly shut the door.
Very close.
To my brother-in-law. He just laughs and goes sits back down with Loran.
What are you trying to achieve? Go on.
You're going to have to be a lot more specific.
What is all this?
This is fun.
I'd agree it's fun. Crawl is silent for a moment.
And delicious.
And then he
Also picks up another berry.
And he stands up. And where once he had summoned that image of the Dahlia, he summons his own rotten berry. Shame I can't partake. Pings it at the edge of the magic circle.
Can I Arcana check?
Sure. What are you looking for?
That was a very almost breakage of my dice. I just yeeted it at my glass.
No! Protect.
16 plus Arcana. 16 plus 8. Come on, Lily.
24.
24.
And what are you looking for?
Well, he can't do druidcraft, so where is this coming from? Is it he's conjuring it to look rotten, or does it always rotten when he makes things? I'm kind of trying to see if that's like an intentional.
So the Dahlia as well had that dark color to it. It was purple, but now that you put your mind to it, when he crushed it under his foot in that time when you were here talking with Neff, it broke as if it was very fragile, almost dry. This fruit as well seems to be rotten. Whether that's a dig in both instances or whether that's intentional is hard to say. You would need more evidence, maybe, of his magic to get a handle on that.
Can't make anything live.
I only need to make things die.
One
Quite
is
good
more
at that.
useful than the other. I can do both.
Coral turns away. I'm not falling for it, whatever you're trying to do.
Can I just check out what does he think Ulster's trying to do?
Yeah.
I'm taking a photo because that's very good rolls in a row.
I think it's it's okay. It's fairly easy. You just
It's 29.
29. You just get that you're
Hands off.
trying to get. He thinks that you're trying to get information out of him. That you're trying to draw more out of him than he's willing to give. It seems. So that seems to be what he's referring to. Quite simply.
Okay. I think also just eats another berry. Not always trying to get something out of another person, you know.
Then you're wasting your breath. If you ask me.
Sad. And he turns back to Lauren.
Right. So, everybody else, as you make your way up to Zarina's office, we will rejoin with Cass and the Arch Premier and Zarina and Leander. So, Cass, you settle into Zarina's office with the Arch Premier and his guard standing kind of warily on the other edge of the room, while Zarina and Leander kind of collapse quite comfortably behind their desk. Sorry, Zarina is behind her desk at Zarina's office. Leander just kind of perching on another chair next to her. And with a click of his fingers, Leander just summons another chair beside you and nods to the Arch Premier. And he looks warily down on it and decides to stand instead.
The chair won't bite.
No, you haven't met enough chairs. That was so stupid.
I feel like in game, I feel like Cass and Zarina just start laughing at each other.
Zarina definitely starts laughing and then gives the chair a set of teeth. With a click of her fingers, a set of teeth appear on the chair, and you see the Arch Premier just jump before getting themselves
Okay,
together.
Cass makes a mental note. Chairs with teeth trigger the Arch Premier.
He's a strange man.
That's a very specific hang up.
Mm-hmm. He stands on the other side of the desk and looks between the three of you and just says, I need this explained to me, or I will take back this courtroom. So.
It was like I said before, there was bad dealings and corruption afoot within the Sealy Court. We had to react and oust the corrupted individuals. And like I said, Zarina and Leander were speaking with the Archfey to sort it all out, and now they are back. And then Cass kind of turns to Zarina.
Yep. We are back, and it is true what she's saying. I don't think you need truth spells to know that much. Look, There was corruption in the courts. And with Titania's blessing, I cleared it out. I know you have the power to engage with her, speak with her. Do it if you must. I have no qualms, and nothing to hide. I do have something to tell you, though. Something you might be pleased about. Although it's probably better coming from the Attorney General here. And Leander sort of leans forward and just says, a sentence has been carried out. 2. One against your would-be father-in-law, and the other against your fiancé. To which Cortan goes very still. Not Cortan, I'm so sorry. To which the Archpremier goes very still and frowns. What has happened to the Ventress? Tell me. And Leander says, dead. Both of them. By Titania's will. And heedless, it seems, of the teeth that Zarina has summoned to decorate the chair, the Archpremier just slumps into it. Elbows braced on his knees, just
Relieved.
holding his head in his hands, covering his mouth.
Can I insight check him?
Yep. Indeed you may.
Also, when Cass hears that they're both dead, she's like a little bit like, yay, because that's the first time she's heard that they're dead, and she's like, oh, I'm so happy. What was I doing? Insight. 7.
7. Devastated, heartbroken. Paramore, love of his life, has been purged from the earth, and he's about to take a fiery event. No, it's hard to say. You get the impression he could be sad about it, but it's hard to read his expression whilst he's covering his face. Oh, thank God.
Yee.
Okay. She was terrible. Right. Okay. Okay. You say there was corruption in the courts. I'm inclined to believe you. And now that she's not around, I'm inclined to actually do something about it rather than just sit and passively be in fear of everything. Oh my God. She's really gone. And Zarina nods. She's really gone.
Cass
Then,
pats him on the back, reassuringly.
thank you. Thank you. I will speak to my troops. I'll call this off. This isn't over, though. I'm still an elected official, and people will see this, and they won't understand. What are your plans now? And Leander says, the both of us will be going to the material plane, the Masai Ice Desert. I don't know if you've ever been there or heard of the place, and the Archpremier just shakes his head. I've never been, but I've heard of it. Why there? And Leander just replies, unfinished business, and I think you'll find the court is in no state to carry out an execution. Not right now. And that's what we need. That's what has been denied to us for so long. And we won't have it anymore. We won't be gone long. We'll probably leave within the next day or so. But in the meantime, I think we can trust you to organize the elected officials and keep some peace here. And then we rebuild. And this time, no nepotism. And the Archpremier nods and says, how do we do that? And Leander just sort of like, oh my god. You could try actually hiring people who earn their positions. Kind of just gestures at himself and then at Zarina. Yeah, okay. We'll figure that out.
Also, background checks, like being
Background checks?
helpful.
Right.
hmm
So we don't think about necessarily... When you say background, do you mean like where they come from? Or do you mean like whether they're a good person?
Whether they're a good person, it doesn't matter where they come from.
Okay. This is a very new concept for me. He stands up. I'm going to go to a library and read. Takes a step away. Okay. Shuffles back. We will have more meetings of this nature. Shuffles back and collides with the doorway as it opens with Saraza, Slia, Bluey, and Neff opening. He goes, oh. Hello. Excuse me. And just sort of like sidles past you with his guard in tow. And scurries off down the stairs. And Zarina and Leander just smile at the lot of you as you come in and say, would you like to sit in a chair without any teeth or with teeth?
I want to
can do
keep my
both.
teeth in.
Yeah,
If
same.
you say no teeth, you're a coward.
I don't want to have my teeth removed yet.
Coward. Come here. Let's just pull one and see what happens.
I don't know. Okay,
Come here now.
if you say so.
Saraza just holds onto your collar and stops you going. No.
I think the more pressing matter at hand is, Slia just gestures moving Karul.
Cargo.
She just kind of carefully,
Yes.
lifts her tail up and then sits in the chair with teeth.
Serena looks very pleased, very pleased. So, with regards to that, I think we all know that we can't move him through any demi-plane or any kind of extra plane of space. He has to be with us the entire time. Because when we cannot see him, it is entirely possible he could be anywhere in the entire world. Beyond our reach. Bluey, what did you have to say there?
Basically the same thing. Yeah. She doesn't have anything to add yet.
I understand. Now, my solution was going to be organizing a type of shackle and reinforcing that with binding runes, the same kind which I have placed beneath him in the room. The only slight difficulty there is going to be
Getting them on him.
well, yes. we will be faced, it seems, with the same type of problem which occurred when I dropped the barrier the first time and Loran was hit. Speaking of, where are Loran and Ulster? I wanted them to be here for this. And Saraza just says, they need time downstairs. Anything you have to say, we can pass on to them. But it should also probably be said that I think Ulster has some ideas on how we can move him. And Serena just nods and says, very well, okay. I can see why he would want this. Always good to have options, though, so let's try coming up with a plan anyway. Slya.
Can I roll an Arcana check to see if, like, there's basically anything that I have that could help?
Of course.
All right.
At least the circle with the pay knight has been taken. So even though the problem's still getting them on him, at least he shouldn't be as powerful as he was.
Leander kind of is being quite quiet at that. And he does say, the circle with the pay knight is still down there, isn't it?
Well, the circle is the pay knight.
Pay knight we have.
Yeah.
I might go back. Copy down the runes. Transcribe the circle.
Do you want me to go with you with the anti-magic sphere just in case something reacts again?
It's a good idea, Slya. Okay. A plan. As much as we can, we discuss a alternative for bringing Karul to the Messiah Ice Desert, and then you and I will go below ground.
Do you think that the anti-magic sphere could help neutralize whatever Karul casts while we're getting the manacles on him?
Zarina leans forward and says, I would actually count on it.
Either I can help with the circle today, or I can help getting... It's a lot of magic. I can only do it once a day.
I don't think we're planning on moving Karul today, are we?
I think, considering this is a very delicate situation we're leaving the Feywild in, we will need a little time just to make sure that we have something to come back to, the two of us. I do not doubt that the Ventress's household will take lightly to them not returning from their excursion to the Elder Grove, and I would quite like to maybe this evening take any prominent members into custody beyond the Ventress's themselves. Maybe the captain of their guard, who seemed very intent on decorating this place with our guts.
Also, the Arcana check was a 30.
30.
Ooh.
The answer is yes
Look at that
to whatever
sweet,
you
sweet
were
roll.
asking. The answer is yes.
Is there any like magic that Slya like has a potential of casting that could aid other than like the anti-magic fields?
Give me a moment. D&D Beyond. Any kind of shielding magic, would just naturally protect you and your friends. Any binding magic as well, which binds a creature, a fey, a fiend, to a plane or your service, would help, you imagine. Those kinds of magics do exist. Whether you have access to them is different, and you know, of course, a divine intervention would help you.
Can't
However,
cast that
there is
again for
a-
another 3 days.
Yep, I was going to say that. However, you succeeded once, therefore it's going to be a little while before you can succeed again. At least in real world terms. In game, not too long. In the real world,
Yeah.
weeks, months to get through
Weeks.
4 days in game.
Yeah. 7 sleeps total until we can try again.
Yeah. Okay. So Zarina said, I think it would be good if we got our strongest, looks to Saraza, looks to Bluey, to run in and grab him whilst Slia just neutralizes him. Cass, I think you and Allstare would be very good at. She just kind of mimics a kind of knockout motion, just like
Cass is like,
This is-
yeah.
This is very ramshackle. What I'm banking on is that if we take him by surprise somehow, we could have him secured, knock out his light, and then shackled, all within the space of time that Slia's spell lasts.
Oh, it lasts an hour, but any magic
Ooh.
within that field is going to be neutralized for the time being.
What we
That's
do
fine.
need is for you to keep it up as long as he is awake and alive. Because
I also suggest that when we knock him out, we gag him.
okay.
I just would quite like that.
Any other humiliating things you wish to do to him? I'm sure Allstare has a list.
Take off his toupee.
If we gag him, he can't cast any magic, probably.
That's what I was thinking. If
Okay.
it's because we bound him, so we won't be able to use his hands. But then if we gag him, he can't also do any
Okay.
other spells. And also, we don't have to listen to his voice anymore.
Ah, yes. In our time together, I have gotten so sick of those dulcet tones. Now, I understand that this sounds very ramshackle, but if there's anything to Haynes do well, it's improvising and trusting our instincts. So, we can discuss the actual semantics of it, but that is the plan that I have.
Once we get him to the Messiah, do we have a plan for holding him there?
I will travel with you. It might even be worth me going ahead to prepare a circle for him. It depends on what Allstare thinks would work well. He knows his parents' magical capabilities far more than I do, and I do believe that they would be the ones I would trust the most for this. Other than myself. And all of you, of course. I'm not going to turn on you yet. She winks. So.
Can I wink back?
Yes?
Roll to wink.
You wink back?
I wink back.
Neff, I'm married. My husband is right here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
Cannot believe the manners on you.
I'm so sorry.
You should be.
I just look around at the rest of the party members who are here flustered.
Leander has 0 reaction.
Cass just pats Neff on the back this time.
You have a
grumbled.
You have a what? You have a kobold. What did you say?
No, I said, okay, Bluey says, starting off strong, then trailing off. You have a wife too.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yikes!
Trigger!
Do we want to discuss that?
Well, I hope my wife is okay. I don't know
what exactly?
how much more there is to discuss.
Neff?
I think I might be misunderstanding what we're discussing.
Sarza says, I was trying to get at this earlier and you seemed quite intent on ignoring the problem, but your wife is potentially dead or being possessed or something along those lines.
I think she might be being possessed.
Okay. You seem very calm.
Well, I think I'm just sort of numb to the idea of her being possessed. I don't really know what to feel because I haven't seen her yet. But it hurts.
Serena leans back in her chair. I think we should give you some space. Leave.
Oh, okay.
Take a walk. Go get a milkshake. Chalet Lace is still open, even though there are guards everywhere. They never close.
Wow, when should I come back? Or should I not come
Only
back?
if you are compelled to. Yes, you should come back.
Oh, okay. Wait, how long should I take a walk for?
Sarah just kind of stands up and sort of just like starts escorting you out and says, "I'll let's just go."
Okay, send me a message when you want me to come back, I guess. And I'll go for a stroll.
Can I insight check Neff? Is Neff like feeling like she's being sort of pushed out, or does like Neff actually want to leave? Because I feel like if that was me, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Same.
12.
12?
Not
Neff?
insight 8, my strongest point.
I mean, Neff isn't really trying to hide that much. She is saddened, but her mind is elsewhere.
Does she want to sort of go out?
I'm sorry, Bluey. It's hard to tell.
If she's being asked to leave, I don't think she wants to stay.
Neff, what's your passive insight?
My passive insight, I don't know if it's good. Oh, it's great! It's 18. My passive perception is really bad, but 18.
Just from your passive insight alone, you know Zarina well enough, you know the Dehanes well enough to know that this is how they, being quite hard on each other, is how they show affection and care. And just from this conversation alone, you can feel your sort of anxiety growing as it's more and more obvious of the direct threat that Karul faces, even as he is a prisoner here. And you can't help but think that every time you think about these plans to sort of trap him, to take him, the complexities of it, you think of Osha and what she must be going through. And the more you hear these conversations, I think you're sort of understanding that Zarina is trying to sort of ask you to leave in hopes that she is kind of like giving you a moment of peace in this very difficult time.
Peace, bitches! I'm going on a stroll! No.
Sarah seems to feel fairly the same.
I think she'll solemnly walk out. I think you can probably tell her she's not sad because I think she's been told, but thinking about Osha's situation is what's making her kind of glum, I guess.
And Sarah seems to be on his way out with you, so you're not alone. Oh, Sarah stops at the door. Ulcer and Loran need a little more time, and I've decided we should give it to them. Goodbye, and just leaves. And Zarina's like, "Huh, he really is my son." Aw, cute. Well then, what about a celebratory drink of sorts?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Successful coup, everybody.
it was a very nice coup. What was your favourite part of the coup? My favourite part was watching Cortan's head implode. You didn't see
Wait,
that,
what?
but if you do want to see it, I can show you. With my
I
brain.
have to say, Neff and I, it was quite fun down there with zombies and locusts.
Sure.
Like
That's
we
my
had
favorite part.
we had a good time, and also watching Karul react to Neff just in general was great.
Good to get under his skin, isn't it? Bluey, what did you like?
Actually, oh sorry.
Oh, go on. Oh. Bluey, and then I want to hear more from you.
Okay. Favorite part of. I think I would
Very
have
good
to
with your
say.
sword. Very impressive.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, like
yeah.
okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Gotta say,
Mm-hmm.
how organized, all the traitors. I don't know how to call them. For how organized they are, they did not stand up well. And to she does a motion of like sword whapping. Oh no, sorry, no, she punched.
What's
Sorry,
fun
she does.
is that the corrupt ones
Yeah.
also seem to be a lot softer and easier to whack, I feel. At least that moral pain isn't there. Not that I felt that in a very long time. Wonderful, Bluey. I love it. Cass, what
That
were
was
you
my
saying?
favorite part of the coup. Sorry.
Cass, what were you saying before?
It's a good part of the coup.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if
Go on.
the traitor people that we sort of killed down in cool, can I keep their corpses, or do they need to be returned to families?
Now, I do say I don't feel moral pain. However, I do have a sense of obligation to the court. We do have to carry out intensive background checks on everybody who is involved. How deep this web of treachery goes, and we will need everyone for that. However, I'm sure I have some dead bodies in the back which I could bring out for you if you wanted one or two.
That would be great. I would just like to
Okay.
keep a little collection of bodies,
Can't promise
just so
I have
that
more
when I
than
want
two.
to use them, that's fine. I still have some of my other corpses. They didn't all get knocked out.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. And Serena smiles.
Perfect. Cheers.
She cheers you. Mimosa for you, and passes on to Slia. What was your favourite part of the coup?
Oh, I just love seeing Kurl so frustrated.
I wish I could have been there, but we were busy interrogating our fellow council members, and to be honest, I've wanted to do that for a very long time. Leandra nods emphatically. Well, I'm proud of you all, actually. It surprised me, but maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. I should have known.
Always better to be underestimated and surprise people. It's a fun feeling.
I wholeheartedly agree, Slia.
Especially when you surprise yourself with what you can do. I don't know. Well, maybe that's not the right outlook.
No, I love that, Bluey. I absolutely adore that for you, personally. Well done.
Thank you. Well done, everybody.
Yay!
And Neth and Saraza, who aren't here.
Yay in spirit.
Zarina raises her mimosa to them. Wonderful. Okay, so, Neff. Where do your feet carry you on this mission to find calm and go on a stroll?
I have a proposal. How about I roll some sort of check and
Thomas.
you decide where she aimlessly wanders?
That was a joke. It was a stupid joke.
What?
Joke.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, I was rejecting it. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't worry.
I'm a little head empty, so I may not understand everything.
It's okay. You have a proposal. Tell me more about it.
Oh! Oh my god, Emma, no. I'm gonna bonk you.
I was the one saying no. Okay.
I see where Emma's head is.
I see.
No!
I see.
Oh no.
But okay, so, how about I mean, Neff is just wandering aimlessly, so where would she end up?
But what did you want to do?
Well, I was thinking of maybe rolling like a survival check or something, and then you could decide DM
Sure,
behind
do
the
that.
screens way. Okay. Survival
it.
check. Will Neff die on her stroll?
Will she?
Let's find out. Oh
Time
no!
will tell.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You go wherever it is you wish to go. Which is?
somewhere peaceful, tranquil, and looking out onto the horizon. Or something, I don't know, something nice and zen, meditative.
Okay.
Somewhere where Jade
I
statue
mean,
would like
you
to
know
find,
that-
you know, that sort of place.
Funny enough, Jade statue would want to go to the Five Spires, for obvious reasons. You
Uh,
might not want to go there for obvious reasons.
You know what, I'll just go there, actually, why not?
Okay, Sarza sort of starts to see where you're heading, and kind of like falls into step beside you, and just says, "Have you thought this through?
Have I thought what through?
Where you're going?"
I'm just sort of letting my subconscious take me.
I can see that clearly, but it might say something that your subconscious is taking you to the Five Spires.
Oh, yeah,
Where-
this path did look familiar. I was with. Oh, okay.
Mm.
You want to come with me to the Five Spires, Sarzer?
Are you sure that's where you want to go?
I'm not sure about
I'm
anything
going-
at the moment.
No, I can tell. You know what? I'm not going to.
Is it a bad idea?
the
Do you think I
one-
shouldn't go? I won't go if you don't want me to.
Neff, I can't influence you either way.
Oh, you don't want me to go. Okay, I won't.
Not true.
I know what that means. That's the safe way of saying you don't want me to go. The I can't influence you, but do what you like. I know that. I've heard that from my mom before. When I would sneak off into the sand dunes, she was like, "Yeah, I have no power over you, you're chaotic," and all that sort of stuff. So, something along those lines.
Sarza casts his mind back to you distinctly being a child / baby when you left your mother. Neff, when did you sneak off to the sand dunes?
I don't remember, but I have that memory. It might have been a dream, or maybe I did it at some point before I lost my memories. It's all, like, see, what happened was, like, I regained my memories, but now, after I got head bunked on the ship, you know, the whole ordeal, I feel like I have my memories back, but, like, the order of the memories is, like, it jumbled. Like, they were chronological before, and now they're, like, alphabetical. So I don't remember when it was, but I remember all my sand trips.
So, Neff, if I'm applying my knowledge of you and your life, which
Uh-huh.
I hold very, very dear in my heart, what you're telling me is, as a fully grown adult,
Yes. Am I really not gonna grow anymore? I thought I was gonna grow a little bit more.
he says, as a fully grown adult, you
I'm
would
so
walk
short,
off
though.
and wander into.
I'm not used
You
to this.
are now. I don't know what. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. It's fine.
Is it? Are you fine?
I don't know much about halflings, but I'm learning a lot
Okay.
by being one.
Sarza wonders if it takes a psychopath to get under a psychopath's skin, with regards to Karul and everything, and just looks at you, Neff.
Can I use my passive insight to
Sure.
You were thinking about Karul, aren't you? I don't really know why I bother him so much. I can tell with you and your expression. You make a face whenever you think of Karul, it, like, twists a little bit. Like, your mouth contorts and you do this sort of, like, expression. You don't make a sound, but I can see it in, like, the corner of your lips. You go just, like, That's the Karul, like, smirk. You go, when you think about him. I just noticed.
What, like this?
Exactly like that. It's really similar to, like, all the other times you go, but it's got a subtle, sort of distinct quirk to it that I feel like that's the Karul one. See, like, right there.
Yeah. Well. Yes. Neff, I don't think it's actually ever going to come up again.
What will?
The thoughts going through my mind. I've chosen that they are not. I've chosen not to think about them.
Okay.
I was thinking of Karul. It is not important. What is important is the fact that we have now arrived at the 5 spot. No, you have no idea how to get there. This is the last. This is the last kind of turning point, Neff, you can see before the sort of road diverges away from the upper treetop district and towards the actual sky pass where the Five Spires is.
Sorry, so how do we fix OSHA? I think she's possessed.
I don't know.
And I think whoever it is that's possessing her thinks they're tricking me into thinking that that's her. Which kind of they were for a little bit. But then I thought about it some more, and now it's kind of weird.
Neff,
Yes.
I think that
Uh-huh.
you need to see it for yourself.
Yeah. But I don't know how long I should
know
be
when.
waiting. It seems like we have other important priorities at the moment.
I think the team is going to respond to you and what you need. Talk about it with them.
Okay.
He puts a hand on your shoulder and just says, let's not go to the Sky Pass.
Okay.
There are old memories there that you don't need. What you need,
Yeah.
he nods his head back towards the Sealy Court.
Is law and order.
already
I
there.
agree. That's not what you were thinking, was
Sure,
it?
and a milkshake.
Okay.
So let's go and get one of those. The white chocolate macadamia one is really delicious.
Oh, okay. That one sounds nice.
I'll buy one for you.
Oh.
My treat.
Thanks, Harizer. I appreciate it, especially considering I lost all my money in the lava. I owe you one. And I'll give him a hug.
You don't owe me anything. You're my daughter, Neff.
I'm gonna combust.
And honestly, the time that I've spent with your family is not long in comparison to my life.
You spent a lot of time being silent and attending all of my Bible study group sessions, so I owe you at least for that.
I tried.
That was when you were a lot more dark and brooding.
I was, but there was a lot going on then, and I'm not saying there isn't now, but there was war inside of myself as well.
How is your insides doing now?
They seem to be a little more at peace, at
Okay.
least in some ways. But
That sounds like a good trajectory in that case.
do you know, Neff? There is so much that eats me up. The fact that I couldn't help you.
But
when you
sure.
died.
You helped me a lot, more than you probably realize.
Well,
It's not all about the things we do physically, Sarazer, you know. Sometimes it's just about being there and steering me away from the Five Spires.
I'm glad that I can be here for you. I'm not always going to be. Which is why I think you need OSHA.
Yeah, I hope she's okay. The real OSHA, not the phony imposter.
When you tell us the time is right, we will do everything in our power. I know we will. To get to OSHA and help her. We have a lot to do, that's true. But how can they know that this is what you need if you don't tell them? That's something I had to learn.
That's true. You're right, Sarazer.
I know. I know. It's another thing I've learned. I'm usually quite insightful. Not always right, but at least I have some good advice to give.
I'd say that's probably true.
Thank you. Right. Milkshake time.
Okay.
I wonder how... He kind of grumbles a little. I wonder if I should get one for Ulster and Loran. They're probably having quite a tough time with Karul.
Why don't we just
Well,
get some for the whole group? We could split it. I could buy half of it, but you could buy the other half. We'll have a milkshake party. I think we'd probably need it.
That'd be quite nice. Actually, I say they're having quite a tough time. Do you want to know how I saw them when I went in to check?
Who?
They were having a picnic.
Who?
A picnic. Isn't that wild? I never would have thought, but it's perfect. It makes so much sense.
That's pretty. I guess that is wild.
Wonder how it's going.
Are you a...
Ulster. Okay.
Oi.
Hello. Hello. Sweet. So, Ulster,
Yes.
you feel sufficiently wound Karul up as tight as he can go. Although, when will it ever be enough, to be honest? You watch as he just kind of like slowly just like recoils from every part, just like trying every position, every sort of like point he could stand in the circle not to see the two of you becoming increasingly well, increasingly what? How are you getting under his skin now? More of the same?
Before I answer, can I just insight check it a bit quickly?
You may.
Okay. Well, it's a 10, but I'm plus 10, so 20.
Oh. Our characters are all broken and I love it.
He's only broken in this aspect.
Mm-hmm. This is an insight, right?
Yeah. What gets his gears grinding? Apart from rotten berries.
It's the moments when you laugh. The moments where you just casually lean against Loran. The moments where you show him that you don't need anything he gave you then. And that you found something entirely of your own.
It's true.
It's true. And not even in the sense of that he's jealous. It doesn't feel like a jealousy. Not in that way. It's just an intense repulsion and disappointment that you feel.
Okay. I think in that case, also will do his best to completely forget Karul is there. And I think he'll just act with Loran as if they are having a picnic, just the two of them, and be just very casually affectionate to him. Maybe look over the clothes that he's making, feed him some straws.
That sounds perfect. And every now and again, you do hear him just kind of like sigh or mutter or just like speak under his breath. Slow, quiet jabs that are just like designed to just like try and pick at the places that he knows you're weak. You're at least you were weak in.
Interesting.
But I think what happens is that Loran at some point seems to just like kind of with a flick of his wrist just muffle him so that he's almost muzzled, it sounds like, through the magic circle. And you get the impression that he is 100% in the know of that.
I think when Loran does that, Ulster will lean in. You know the part where he accidentally ripped a few of Loran's hairs out?
Yeah.
I think he'll just brush his fingers through that area of Loran's hair and just let some flowers go through it. He's just going to plait the hair around them, stroke it back.
Thank you.
I am sorry. I don't usually pull your hair, do I? It doesn't hurt.
No, it's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind. I much prefer this, though. Well, you can tell Loran is being entirely honest.
Also just pats him on the head.
We could do this in the lavender field, you know.
I'd like that when we go back.
The Messiah will
You
be
okay?
interesting. Me?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know.
Also pats his chest. In here too.
Loran keeps his mouth shut, but you hear his voice in your mind. I know we're pretending like he's not here, but there are some things I just can't say. To anyone
Also
but you.
nods.
I feel light. Light. In the way that smoke is, I guess. Like at any moment I could just disappear.
Can I insight check Loran?
Yep.
It's 10 again. 20.
20. It's hard to read his expression, but it seems a little bit mournful. Maybe. And then he just says, that was my everything, I guess. Everything that I hated was right there. And it's gone now. And in some ways I don't know what I can cling to. It was easy to channel all the pain into her. But who am I without that? It's a bit hard.
Can also reply to this, or is it he can't at all?
You can.
They can, okay. Is there any limit on the words?
So long as Loran allows it.
Okay. I think Ulster says, firstly, look at who's sitting in here with us. When I get rid of him, he's not my anchor. And he just takes Loran's hands and squeezes them. You are. Everything that you bring me. He leans in and gives him a kiss and then just leans their foreheads together. And then he takes Loran's hands and he trails his fingers just up the lines of Loran's body, up to his head, and then just makes a motion as if it's smoke leaving him. It'll take time, but let's get the smoke out of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and he sort of just like leans up a little, kind of picks up one of the fabric pieces he's been working on. Very Carnet style. There's kind of like waist sashes that have like kind of like a long side. You can actually fashion these little like ornaments which you can hang kind of like ornamental but also useful things from. And he shows you where he's like put in the various ringlets, and kind of just like shows you how to wear it and that kind of thing. But
And here I thought you were going to make a mankini.
I have many talents. If you requested of me, I suppose I must.
No, please. Ulster takes away. No, you're done. This is fine.
He puts a strawberry in your mouth and just says, a blueberry even. The hour's almost up.
Went quicker than I thought.
Bit too fast.
But depends how long we're here. Maybe we can do this again. We can leave the picnic for the next person.
I think that'd be good. Wonder who it'll be. And Loran looks to the doorway. Everybody else, as you are drinking your mimosas and your various milkshakes, I think Neff would be exempt from this, but Cass, Bluey, and Slya, Serena and Leander just kind of like simultaneously check their sundials, their clock mechanisms, as sundials wouldn't work in the Feywild. There is no sun. They're clocks. They exist. Fantasy. And they say, well, that's the hour. I don't mind going down. If you guys would rather have a little bit of free time to yourselves. Leander? Shall we? And Leander just nods. I don't expect the Arch Premier will be back within the hour, so how about it? Would you guys like some free time? I think you've earned
Sounds
it.
good. And can I just say, out of character, what is things like when guarding your like mortal enemy is your fun date?
Yeah. I think that's kind of wonderful.
Oh,
We should do this again.
I just love that. It's like, oh, we'll do this again sometime. What a lovely day.
There's
Okay,
something
just
really magical about it.
Just to like clarify, like, are Serena and Leander going to go watch Karul? Are they going to go like do more planning with like
no,
Ryan
they
and
said
Moran, or
they said that they want to be going to watch Karul. But you get the impression that this offer of free time is being extended to you guys. They haven't had their planning session with Loran and Allsday yet.
Okay.
So it seems like they would probably take care of that at the same time, unless you wanted to come as well to that. It is up to you.
I mean, personally, I don't think Blue would want to wander alone. I think,
Okay,
yeah,
so you guys can come down with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. So you guys all wander down then to the my brain broke just then. To the room where they're holding Karul. Enter inside. You see a wonderfully arranged picnic. Very TikTok worthy. And you see Karul, absolutely the shell of the man he was when you guys first came to see him down here. And all stare. You see.
Also,
Blue
just
and
feeding
Karul.
around a strawberry. Oh,
Serena just smiles. Leander nods. This seems like what I would have expected.
welcome.
Room for a few more.
Love
And the red
this.
just like
Love you too.
magic, sir. Thank you, Cass. Would you like a berry?
We have a lot.
Always.
Strawberry. I wish I had a proper Fukushima
Nom, nom,
strawberry
nom,
to
nom,
show
nom.
you. Fukushima strawberries
Oh,
are fun, huge, and weird shapes with little tails. Isn't that neat? It's great. They're so yummy. They taste real good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Anyway, it's seriously fine.
I meet Emma and she has a third leg. Oh, like, cool.
So, anyway, I'm fine. Anyway, the Loran siphons a few more chairs out of midair, and Slya, Bluey, Cass, you have spaces to seat, as well as Serena and Leander. And Serena leans forward and just says, "So I heard you had some fun ideas about escorting you know who out of you know where. Let me just I can silence his little tube.
Are you sure?
Oh.
You could have done that before.
that'd be great.
He's just been listening this entire time. I mean,
It's more fun
I'm not
that
sassing
way.
you.
No. I
No.
She leans forward and just like pinches your cheek also and just says, "There is nothing you could do to get under my skin. I'm
Yeah.
impenetrable and I've raised 2 grown sons." But that being said, I personally just find it a lot more interesting to not. Mostly because he was incredibly boring until all of you got here.
Oh,
Isn't that right,
can I take a glance over him?
Cool, he just is numb by this point, it seems.
He's on the floor, melting.
Like, no, he's just like, no, not like this. And she says, well, we can talk here. We can talk outside. I just know that you have thoughts about leaving him unguarded.
I do. Well, I can talk to you probably outside, but someone would need to take over the shift. And I'm
That's fine,
taking
yeah.
Loran with me. He attaches.
Wonderful. Well, the rest of you, why don't you just quickly enjoy this lovely array, Leander? Would you? And he just nods like, yes. I will fall on this sword and sit and eat berries.
Oh, yes. Travesty.
Travesty.
I'm lighting new incense because the other one went out.
I just saw like the flame in the corner of the video and I was like, uh-huh. Sweet.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the fire and just went. Boop.
Yeah. We will do a small break after this scene, but we'll just hear the Ulster's plans.
Yes.
Amazing. So, Ulster, Loran, Serena, you head outside of the room, leaving everybody else to watch over the other 4 of you to watch over Karul in the meantime.
Do your best.
There is an array of sweets, berries, chocolates, comfortable moss seats for you to sit on, and what appears to be various pieces of clothing, handmade, in various states of being finished, which you can just amuse yourselves with if you like. Outside, Serena turns to Ulster and just says, "Okay, so this is a vague plan that we had," and explains to you the kind of like whack him plan.
Oh, wow. Fun.
What do you have? You probably have something a little bit more interesting.
Oh, well, you see, you know how Karul can do that thing where he can like turn spells back on us?
Mm.
Yeah, I was going to be like, oh, I could just cast Feeble Mind on him, but then if you cast it back on me, that won't be very fun. So mainly my planning was going towards how we're going to teleport him to the Messiah without, letting him out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think you should go ahead to prepare a separate teleportation
Wonderful.
circle. Yes.
You're so incredibly smart. I had the exact same thought.
Well, great. Yes, I wouldn't have expected anything less. So if you go ahead and prepare another teleportation circle, because you can't really use the one in the Messiah because it's used for like official purposes, and I don't think they'd like us having Karul in there to greet all the dignitaries who come through. So we could have one prepared in the dungeons for him.
Neat.
Yes.
Neat.
And then you can set up the circle again that keeps him all caged up. The problem comes from actually teleporting him from his little place into the dungeons. But then I was thinking, Loran, he needs the circle to be able to teleport people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be already drawn.
Loran says, actually, I have transcended this power now. I can just take people where I want them to go. That was a new study that I've acquired very recently. Yes.
Well, that is
so
wonderful.
Nothing on me. Anyway, go on though.
No, I was going to suggest that we could draw the circle using magic. But if you don't need the circle, then we can just teleport him straight into the one in the Messiah.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to have something to focus on, especially seeing as I've never actually been to the Messiah dungeons. At least your family like me that much.
Yeah, I mean, I've walked down there. I've never been locked up in there. I mean, apparently, no one would do that to a child. No.
Well, kind of looks for a moment, but doesn't say anything.
You can't tell if Ulster's joking or if he's being serious. So, You're going to hit him and restrain him. That sounds well, only really Sarazo could get up on that level, couldn't he?
Bluey is very tall. How tall are
Bluey?
you, Bluey? So, Zarina says, my kind of idea, with help from Slia, we would cast an anti-magic sphere and get right up in his face, that being Saraza, Bluey maybe, as the strongest would hold him, and then you or Cass could whack his lights out. I would then bind him with shackles, and in his unconscious state, activate the shackles to make a more, what can I say, portable version of the prison he's in right now, which should suffice just to get him to the Messiah. However, I do agree I should go ahead, regardless of how we transport him.
You'll probably need to announce yourself if they find you wandering around. They don't really like strangers.
Oh. I suppose. If I must.
I'll just drop a little message. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Wouldn't they
The
just
guards
know
won't.
who I was? No?
They're very insular.
Gosh, that sounds all boring. What are your parents like?
Forster looks at Loran.
Loran just says exactly what you would expect, to be honest.
I don't know what that means.
Zarina just looks at you. Oh. And hugs you.
Also just like, thank you,
Would you like
pat pat.
This is a hug for you. This is a hug
Wonderful.
for you. I hope you enjoy.
I do enjoy, always enjoy. We're definitely going to go with the punching crawl to, like, knock him out.
We don't have to.
No, I was just wondering if there's any other options. What if he has a really thick skull?
That's true. Okay.
I am very weak. Saraza fell on my wrist earlier, and actually I haven't healed it yet. He flops his swollen wrist.
Yeah, Loran is just like, please heal this. Oh, I will. And you know what that does to me.
Loran, it's fine. It will heal when I have a sleep. Pushes Loran's hand away. No. So we don't think we can cast. Stop it. We don't think we can cast magic at. Cool.
It was kind of hard seeing how easily he repelled it last time, especially onto my own son. And I worry that if we try and use magics, they might just be turned back upon us. In my mind, as much as I know my strengths lie in magic, so much so that I can trust that he will not leave that room so long as that circle is intact.
Yeah.
I think we need to rely on strength, physical strength in this instance.
Okay.
And also, you're not weak.
Well, actually, objectively. Oh. I can. Also, looks like he's been enlightened. He's like, oh.
Loran's just like, yeah, I think that's kind of what they meant when they were suggesting you and Cass.
I thought that he makes a bustle. I thought they meant me, doing the, yeah. No, I understand that was ridiculous. Yes, I understand. Comprehended.
I see. Well, polar bears are very strong. That's just an idea.
Yeah, I know. I got that one. Wonderful. About his hourglass as well. Are we going to try and remove that from her, or is that a bad idea?
I won't lie to you. I didn't quite understand that. It didn't. It should have. It should have reacted to my magic. I should have known it was there.
But it's a magic that doesn't exist.
It's a magic that doesn't exist. A new school, perhaps?
Maybe. I did notice that whenever he made things, they died, which was nothing that I've experienced, apart from Fala, but it was a bit different.
A dying magic of sorts, but isn't necromancy. That serves a more cosmic purpose.
Like annihilation. Extinction. He said that he was very good at making things die and not live.
Elijah Rashun was his associate.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Interesting. Regardless, that seems to be questions for after he's been moved.
Okay. Do I need to tell you where the dungeons are? Do you need like a map?
I believe our best chance at the moment is to take the rest of this day to organize the situation here, knowing that Karul is secure. Tomorrow I will go to the Maasai, and I will need that time to establish myself and organize that circle, and I can send you a message once it's time. The only thing is, I do not believe that Slea's anti-magic circle will be strong enough to penetrate the barrier that I have set up. So you will need Leander, who I trust, to break the circle for me.
Okay.
Loran, you could do it.
I think Loran should stay behind me. Ulster spreads his arms out.
Loran kind of like, well, and Zarina says, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Your magic, it cannot be put at risk like this. You and Ulster share the Paynite now, and I do not know what its influence will be upon you two.
Well, we've won it before.
Yes, but that was...
That melancholy music was perfectly timed just then.
That was then, and now things feel different, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You're not... We're not ignorant of what it can do, and Ulster, I'm sure that you've known. But unchecked like this, it's hard to say.
Now I have my memories back, I know that it's dangerous.
I'd rather not take the risk. Not right now, not when we don't know whether this plan will work or not.
Okay.
I want you both intact.
I could distract him whilst Leander breaks the circle. Maybe I could cast something at him, but it's like not a bad thing.
You could summon some pixies.
Yeah, my best friends. Ulster sweats.
I know a very good spell for that.
Mm-hmm.
Pesky pixie pestimonial.
Ulster claps.
Thank you, very impressive. All right. I'll leave it to you to inform the others of the plan and to work out the semantics whilst Leander and I rebuild the court system in a day to the best of our abilities.
I
but
believe
you
in
guys
you.
have some nice free time. If you like, we'll send the mages in, have them watch over Karul. I trust them with my life.
I think we should still have one person with call at all times.
All
just
right,
in
well,
case.
I'll leave it to you to organise that.
We can have a roster.
Okay. But make sure you get some good sleep as well. We'll need you all on top form. Wonderful. All right, I will go and extract my husband. I'll leave the rest to you two. And Stories open the door. Everybody else, what have you been doing on your picnic?
With Carl.
With Carl. Slya, Cass, Bluey.
Bluey's
Drinking.
certainly, yes. Bluey's certainly enjoying the chocolate.
Aww, yeah. Bluey is enjoying the
Cute.
chocolate. That's nice. It's honeycomb flavour.
Oh,
Mm.
that's so good. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And Cass?
I think just drinking.
Sweet. Generally ignoring Coral.
Yes.
Wonderful. Slya?
Slia's just also kind of trying to ignore Karul, and just she saw the like Loren's like fabric projects and is like, you know what? I haven't done any knitting for a little while. I'm just gonna knit something because I want to.
Yes.
Neat. Would you like to roll me? Oh, I don't think it's enough time to do a knitting check, but I think you can just get some you can get a little bit of knitting done if you like. Leander kind of looks over and just like, what you making?
Not really sure yet.
I'm excited to see how it turns out. I have a question for you. Just a quick one. I've just wondering about an album, photo album you might have of mine.
Sarazer has it.
Ah.
I figured he might see you first.
Did you look at it?
Some of it. The early parts.
Slya blushing.
Yeah. Just like steadily, just violet rising up.
Cass is like laughing a little bit.
It's very hard to be a romantic in a sentimental romantic in my family. You must understand, nobody can know I'm soft.
Slya.
They will destroy me.
It's very, very.
Your sons are pretty soft.
Oh my god.
Slya, I don't know
That's
what.
the theme of the Danes. They hide their soft without realizing. They're all very soft.
Leander doesn't know if Slya's going to say the word spicy or soft.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very romantic.
Thank you. Yes, I believe so too. We've come very far. I like to look at it sometimes. Just remember the good times. He seems very pleased with himself. Completely ignorant of your discomfort.
Oh no, I think like the
Again,
like
very Dehane.
seeing that kind of like nostalgic kind of feel, she kind of picks up on that and kind of shifts from that to kind of remembering like the early pictures, the very, very beginning of like them being like kids. And
How is your partner?
I
don't think we've ever really spoken of those.
I think you
Those
only
kinds of
saw
things.
her when she arrived, and we proposed. But we got married, and now she's expecting, and
Congratulations.
thank you.
It's like nothing else.
It's beautiful and terrifying, and
Loran and Sarah's are the best of my life. So it is terrifying. But even with all the difficulties that it's brought with it. Worth it.
Also, I feel
Definitely.
like Leander might notice that, like, when Slia says terrifying, she kind of almost instinctually looks back to Karul before, like her eyes just kind of flicker
Yep.
over before looking back to him.
Leander moves so that he's almost facing all of you, Bluey and Cass as well, in the circle now. And he kind of just leans his elbow on one knee and says, I remember a time when I couldn't protect my sons. And it drove us apart. It drove the family to pieces. And that was my fault. But there were things outside of our control. And no matter how much I blame myself, I know I'm not the only one to blame. And that pain, it's never going to go away. It's never going to disappear. What we did, the choices we made, those aren't ever going to change. They're done. But what we decided was to commit ourselves to righting those wrongs. And as of today, we've done the best we can. We saw them dead. And I believe you have that in you too. No matter what you do, even if now it feels like you're making all the wrong choices, you're hurting, and leaving people behind. So long as you keep going towards that goal, making the world safe for the people you love, I think you're going to be okay. And any bridges burnt can be rebuilt. But only on that foundation. So. Wow. I don't really think about it or talk about it out loud. Usually just keep that kind of thing between Danes, but I suppose you can be honorary members. Very much honorary. You don't quite have it, but you're...
Thank you.
You have enough of it, you know? Enough. Just about.
Slia kind of like clamps down on like the beginnings of like her knitting, which is, it's probably just like another like throw blanket. And she just kind of like mid like stitch and then just kind of like pats him on the shoulder.
Thank you. Leander says, you could make something for your child.
Oh, she kind of like reaches into her bag and pulls out this like
Oh no.
elaborately it's actually, it's made from the same fabric she used for like Dural and Valis.
Oh.
And it's a slightly different pattern to the one she normally makes, and it's a little bit more delicate, a little bit more like star-like.
Wow, it's wonderful.
Oh my god.
Leander seems pleased. And at that moment, Zarina and Ulster and Loran come inside. And Serena says, so, it's all worked out.
Hmm.
Leander? Leander stands. Well, if you'll excuse us. And kind of walks to the door. Serena just kind of like leans on his side and just says, so, we trust you with this. And she just kind of motions to Karul.
That thing.
That thing.
Also didn't say
That's
that was me.
It's very mean, but he kind of earns it.
Hmm.
And she says, message us if you need us. Otherwise, shall we reconvene for breakfast tomorrow?
Sounds good to me.
Wonderful. Alrighty, I'll leave you to it. And she swings the door shut.
Before they go,
Yep.
can Slay kind of like wave at Leander and just kind of say, let me know when you want to go and see. Meaning the circle below ground.
Uh-huh. Leander nods. This evening.
Okay.
And I think this is a good time to take our break. As you are left alone with Karul.
Also, just because I got that message from Emma, I'm not burning matches. They are incense matches. I am not being a pyromaniac on stream. Just saying, they're incense matches. I have a whole thing of
Nothing
incense.
wrong with that, even if you were.
Yeah.
I'll put us on
Fire is
BRB,
pretty.
and we'll be back
Of course.
in a few moments.
Alright, we'll be back soon. Okay.
Boom, we have audio. Hello. We have audio once more. And now we are going to have video. Hello. We're back. Once again.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
sorry, my door. Sorry.
Speaking of being astrology bitches, I have been devising a fantasy system ever since a certain someone asked me a question, which I shall not reveal because I don't know if they want it to be a surprise or not. But mayhaps there will be fantasy horoscopes coming. Horoscopes,
Shall I
like star
wait?
signs coming.
Then, because I've
Um,
spoken to you about something. So shall I hold?
Yeah. No. You are. I mean, I assumed that wasn't going to be for a little while, but.
Well, it was what Cass was making on the beach trip. So
We will just. That was more of just like a little juicy little tidbit. We'll talk about it outside again.
okay, cool.
Yes, I'll let you know. But anyways, yes, welcome back. It is time for the game. Why is there no music playing?
There is.
I will fix this
I hear it.
problem. Okay. Is it the boat one? It should not be the boat one.
My one's still there
No.
too.
The
Yo
pamphlet,
ho
yeah.
ho.
Yeah.
A pirate's life for me.
Okay, I
I
think
hear
my
birds song.
Wi-Fi is. Sweet, my Wi-Fi is stretching.
I do not hear birds. And are you sure there aren't just birds around you?
I don't hear
Now I hear the pamphlet.
Pan flute. I hear the pan flute.
I like the
My
pan
Wi-Fi is
flute.
trying its absolute best.
I am okay with the pan flute. I can vibe with it. I wouldn't listen to like the pan flute album of like best pan flute mixes of 2020
Well, I would.
in my free
I
time,
mean,
but I like it.
I have
Alright, let's
one
fight.
of the playlists I follow on Spotify.
I would win that, Thomas.
I would be paralyzed forever.
One of the playlists I follow on Spotify is Elite Music for Alchemists, and I think it's just fun.
Aw.
Anyway, so you guys are left by Zarina and Leander to organise what you're going to do this evening for yourselves. So, what would you like to do? One of the things you discussed was organising watches, but otherwise, the world is your oyster.
Ulster
The
unfolds a
world is your
scroll.
oyster.
Roster. Sign your name.
Should we get Neff back then?
Oh, where is
Still
it?
not
Different
there.
echo.
It's not me.
1, 2, 3. It's Anna.
Wait, it's me?
It's not me!
Oh no. Wait, are you sure? Look, I've got
A,
a
B,
fan
C, D,
here.
E, F, G. You're
It-
the only one who lights up. But not anymore.
No, I don't think it
There's
was.
a fan
Yeah, I think it
going,
might have gone
and
now.
I think it sets it off. I
It's
need
gone
the
now.
fan.
It's fine.
It's working here. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, full disclosure, guys. My Wi-Fi is being a bit funny, so I can't see your cameras very well. I can still hear you. So if I ever look like I'm a little bit lost, just give it a moment, and if there's ever a bigger problem, then I will let you know. Also, my notes aren't loading. Something is happening.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh! This is fine. Let me just restart my internet. Okay, this will be fine. Anyway, yes, you're right. Neff is not with you.
Because of that, Thomas, you're kicked out.
Okay, it was a nice run,
about to
guys.
say,
Neff is no more.
we can jump over to see what Neff is doing, but I think now we have to kick him out. So, Neff,
Lost
it's
your
been great
privileges.
having you with us these last 110 episodes.
Look, it's been a pleasure up to this point. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank my parents for bringing me into this world to be able to experience this campaign. It's been a lovely trip.
It's been a trip, certainly.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It's been worth this life to have this campaign. Thank you all. Peace.
Ah,
Just bring a piece.
all of
like-
right, so you guys are, except for Neff, all assembled in Coral's room. What would you like to do?
Rosters.
That's a good plan, Lauren says as he eats a strawberry.
Lauren, you'll be on roster with me. Everyone else, you can sign whatever you want.
Of course.
Holds out the parchment.
Do we want to go in pairs or individual or?
That is
Pairs, I
entirely up
think.
to you.
To be honest, To be honest, this does seem more of a formality than anything, seeing as there are big, powerful mages on all sides. We just need one of our own here to make sure that we can punch any traitors, just in case, you know. So pairs is probably okay. Solo is probably also okay. Whatever you prefer. What's comfortable for you?
Which introvert needs their alone time?
If Sarah's were there, he would grumble in a corner. No? Sweet. Okay, seeing as every single person is being silent, I will do this for you. Cass, would you like to go with Slya?
Yes.
Good.
Why
What's
not?
happening?
You
Why
guys can go
not?
next. I'll stare right to dead.
Amazing.
Next.
Bluey,
Mm.
Neff.
I have a quill.
I'm not here, I don't think, right?
So when she's here,
Oh yeah, Lauren's making this plan for you.
Oh,
cool.
I
Okay.
can't see the fluff. I can see the slideshow of the fluffy quill. Oh, there it is! Yay!
Aw.
Fluffy.
Also has a feather. He's writing.
Wondrous.
I guess I'll have
Oh,
the
right.
person who's most who terrifies Perul the most.
Perfect.
We'd have to ask him for the actual verdict, but I'm guessing it's
She seems up
Make
there.
an insight check, Ulster,
okay.
or anyone who wants to.
13.
13. It's hard to say.
It's very difficult. to say.
17? God, it's like the first time I've
17.
ever seen you roll badly for an insight.
I know. It's a 3.
Oh.
It really could be Neff. It really could be Neff.
Hmm.
That's what you get from a 17. Right.
An 8?
So, with 18, sorry. It
No.
really
Bluey's
is
holding
Neff.
up an 8 to the camera.
8. It really isn't Neff, Bluey.
Never mind.
Anyway.
Maybe not. Look, if I was in his position, I feel like I'd be intimidated. But also, I'm not cruel, so whatever.
That was very noble.
Is Bluey going with Nath?
Sweet. Well then, Bluey, why don't you, Ulster, and myself go for a nice evening stroll, get some food. We'll dump you with Neff, Ulster, then we can go and just have some alone time.
Understood.
Okay. Off we go. Enjoy. Would you like more of anything? He motions to the fruit, motions
More
to the
moss?
blankets, the pillows.
Yes, to all.
Make them some moss, like canapes. That would be quite nice.
Also starts making just spongy moss everywhere. He makes sure it climbs up near Cruel's cell. Like that.
He's like, oh my god, it's sticking to the outside of the magic
This
circle.
is my magic.
Okay, I will say.
Cruel's like, I taught you better.
Keep the lore consistent. To keep the lore consistent, the moss does like when it hits the magic circle, does like, and like
Good.
like
He
burn
doesn't
away
deserve
ever
alive.
slightly.
Doesn't deserve live moss.
So kill the moss.
No must for you.
That's the solution.
No moss
Okay,
for you.
No moss for you.
No moss for you. Sweet. Okay, so you all make your way out into the night. You can see the dusk has risen slightly, so that the Feywild has mostly been cast into shadows. There is still commotion around you as the troops from the Archpremier are being slowly filtered out into to other areas of the upper city. Most of them returning to their stations at what appears to be the Archpremier's residence, which is only a few doors down from the court itself, though, considering how large these buildings are. It's a significant ways away. Heading towards the staircases which are inlaid into the large trees around you, you do pass the Ashuran Strait station and the establishment Shillelagh Shakes and Sweets, where you see our good friend Neff. Now, Neff,
yes.
you and Sarasa came into this shop. with macadamia nut and white chocolate smoothies on the mind. As Sarza opens the door for you, you see it is fairly busy, but not so
Even
much
during
that you
a
can't
coup.
get your own free table. Even during a coup, it's a very popular. It's imagine a Starbucks during a coup. Okay, it's fairly busy. There seem to be some off-duty guards who have just kind of realised that everything is fine and have gone in to get a fine in the loose definition of the word, as have gone in to get some smoothies. Some terrified civilians who are just taking shelter, and some regular customers who seem to have seen much worse. There is a spare seat right by the table. There seems to be a little area left where maybe once people thought, oh, if something comes through the big glass window, that's going to shatter and hit us. But once they realised that wasn't the case, people are slowly drifting back that way. But they have left the nicest table free. So
I look at the nicest
Like your
table
seats.
and I look at Sarzer.
he looks at the nicest table and he looks at you. Shall we?
Let's.
Okay. He takes up the seats, makes sure to secure them, puts his sword down, just to make sure.
Oh, I need
and
to put down
heads
some
up to the
stuff as well.
counter to order you your smoothies, your shakes. Neff, what's
I
your
put-
passive perception?
I put my mace down, which I'm carrying. And I
Stunning.
I will leave my beard of disguise on.
It's like in Shrek 2, where the Happy Meal comes with an axe.
And
And I will keep my chainmail armor equipped for now. Passive perception, did you say?
Oh yes, of course. You don't take 10 minutes to undress in the shop. I understand.
10 minutes to undress! Man, Neff has never run late for work.
From your armor, it takes 10 minutes.
10 minutes to unlace battle corsets.
Passive perception, did you say?
Yes.
It is a 13.
13.
Very dramatic music.
Yeah.
The shake shack.
Oh, let me change this.
We should put the love shack
Excuse
on.
me.
The love shack shimmy.
I have some. What do I have? What do I have? I have
Drawn
car
to.
chase. No. Let's see.
This music could put me to sleep. I like it a lot.
Let's see. That'll do, right? Tavern sounds. Oh, it's just very slow. Okay, there we go. 1. Friendly tavern. Sounds good. Okay.
An owl just went, whoo,
Yeah, I heard the whoo.
Whew.
whoo. It's Emma. A little pygmy owl flies by.
Wow. So,
I can't hear it yet, but
Um,
I'm sure it'll kick in.
because of my Wi-Fi, unfortunately, my Sirenscape is very far behind yours. So I'm still on the day music, which is sad, but I'm just trusting that this sounds good. As and when I can, I will add tavern music. But anyway, what is your passive perception, please?
13.
13. Okay. You're sitting there, mind your own business, as Sarah stands in the queue. What is Neff doing in the meantime whilst waiting for your drink? You just chilling? What are you thinking about?
She's just twiddling her fingers. She's just waiting for her little milkshake.
That made me uncomfortable.
Little fingers.
What is she thinking about? She's probably just trying to keep her mind at ease, thinking about Osha and this whole situation. But she's feeling grateful for the party as a whole.
That's good. You hear a pair of footsteps approaching from behind you, but before you can turn around to see who it is, a chair is pulled out from the side of your table, and a figure sits down. Neff! Hey! And you look up to see a familiar face. It appears that even though you avoided the 5 spires, you could not avoid an old flame of yours, as Vanya
An old flame of mine.
at your table. Hey,
Vanya.
hello, that is me. How's things?
Things are pretty horrible, but it's nice to see you.
Okay. That's a bit intense.
It's kind of the
You see
usual.
that Vanya is kind of... She's clearly come straight from the Fae Gone Wild. A little bit of blood just smeared on the side of her chin. A little bit bruised, but you can see that she's holding a hefty sack of coin. You get the impression that maybe she might have won a few matches. And she says, "Let me buy you a drink."
Are you sure?
Yeah. Just catch up would be nice. You came in here with someone?
I did, but you can join us if you like. I feel bad accepting a free drink,
Mind if I
though.
do? That's alright. I know the people here. They can give me a discount and get something on the secret menu, you know?
Well, okay, I won't turn it down in that case. Thank you very much. I owe you one as well in that case.
Sure. She waves over a server and just says, 3 of the usual, if you don't mind. Add protein powder to mine. Yeah, like extra. Thank you. And
yeah.
Sarah's you can see is kind of looking over curiously.
What kind of a expression does he have? With my passive insight of 18, would I be able to ascertain anything?
This is let me tell you what he has.
Concerned Arizer. Yes.
Oh my god, concerned dadizer. Yep. He kind of just like motions to you like as if to ask, "What are you doing?"
Neff responds with, a gesture, for anyone who might not see, a gesture of drinking and chatting.
Sarah's picks up his tray of white chocolate smoothies from the counter and is just like
I motion to Cyrus, come over
slowly
here.
puts them back.
I-
Oh, okay. Comes down. Hello. And Vanya's just like, "Hey.
Hey Cyrus, welcome back. Vanya, this is my
what?
dad.
I was gonna say, Sarasa, your dad. Hi. That's all moving very fast, Neff. Nice to meet you." And she holds up a hand, and Sarasa just looks at it like, okay. One shake, and then he passes you a white chocolate shake.
Thanks, Cyrus. I'm just gonna start downing the shake.
So, Neff,
Yes.
why don't you tell me more about that wife of yours?
She's possessed.
The wife that you have.
And I don't mean that in like a, we're having a fight and haha, she's possessed. No, she's really possessed, I think, for real. By some other soul. Ooh, good owl timing in right as that. Ooh. She's possessed by a soul. Ooh.
Vanya leans forward and says, "You're married?"
I am. You know this though.
Okay.
Remember?
Married this whole time, baby.
I was telling you about my marriage and you were like, oh, maybe you should see how things go. And I was like, we're having relationship troubles. And then you were like, oh, just, yeah, it's fine. And, you know, I was pretty open about that
but
from the beginning. Did you forget?
I know you were. I did forget. Here's the thing. We haven't met in a very long time, and I was kind of wondering...
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to reconnect, but...
Well, I kind of have a possessed wife to repossess. I don't know if that's the right word. I don't want her to be possessed anymore. I want her own soul to possess her own body, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there.
But if you meant connect as in like
I
just...
wish you well.
Well, what did you mean by reconnect?
She looks over at Sarasa and looks back at you. Absolutely nothing salacious at all.
Okay, I understand. It was entirely salacious.
It was lovely talking to you. Keep those drinks. I'm gonna take mine to go.
Okay,
Just...
have a good one, Vanya. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
That's alright. She does lean in and say, though, if anything ever changes, you can come back. That's all. Pats you once on the shoulder.
I appreciate you.
Walks out.
Stay safe.
Is she surprised to see that Neff is a gnome?
I was about to say shh.
I'm disguised currently as a tiefling with a beard.
He
So
pats you on the shoulder, and then because I was just thinking, the beard probably would not surprise her, but as she pats you on the shoulder, her hand would go a little bit lower.
oh, and I take off the beard to reveal my true halfling form. I'm a halfling now.
Halfling, not gnome.
Okay.
Sorry.
You are weird.
Well, I'll tell you about it
But
at
still
some other
stands
time
there.
if you're ever down for a chat as friends. You know.
See you, Neff.
Okay, bye.
And she takes her protein shake from the server, pours it into her water flask, and leaves the establishment.
Sorry, I don't think I've ever
You're
seen
off
somebody
with
so
2 more
surprised and
shakes.
so unamused at the same time.
She is not good for you, Neff. I don't think you should ever speak to her again.
Wait, what? Really? Oh, she seemed kind of nice though.
I don't think her intentions are friendly.
She even offered me a drink before she decided not to offer me the drink.
That's what
No,
people
they're
do.
really.
Neff,
Yeah.
that's what people do when they want to be more than friends.
Like really good friends?
Um,
Like best friends? I don't know if I can make that sort of commitment.
oh, Neff. Oh, Neff.
That's my name.
Yes.
Can I do an insight check to see if I can pick up a little bit of what he's putting down, or am I just totally oblivious?
Go for it,
Alright.
as you like.
Wait, where's my D... Wait, what? Oh, it's over here. My D20 rolled away. Insight is... Not great, but good modifier. Makes it... a 14.
Okay, it's 14. I think you can just about pick up what he's putting down.
Oh. Yeah, maybe you're right.
hmm Oh, look, it's our friends. And you look out of the window, and you do in fact see your friends
Hi, friends.
walking past, all Slyan'ssun and Bluey.
I wave to them all.
You are
Hello.
you're inside a shop. If
Is there-
you want to go, you're gonna have to
Hi.
pop out. I think you guys would have seen this too.
Can I knock on like the window and be like,
Did we see Vanya leave? We're like, oh.
Sure. Also, you definitely see them. Bluey, what's your passive?
I think it's 16.
Perception.
Perception.
16? Sweet.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I'd say you see them too. They're trying to make themselves known.
Should we really interrupt this?
I motion for everybody to come inside.
You know what I think?
I point to Sarazer.
Loran leans down to his desk.
Hmm.
I think that we should go in and say hello, and then walk out immediately after.
Will I stay in then?
Bluey. Off we go, Bluey.
Okay.
In we go.
Steer Bluey inside.
Sorry, just carting you forwards.
Hi.
Bluey, I need you to understand. I treasure you as my friend. I just do not want to spend time with you. Hello.
What he means is
My
there are
dear
certain things
brother.
he doesn't want to do. Yeah, okay.
Oh
Yes,
my god.
Exactly that. Hello, Neff. Hello, Sarazer.
Hi.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll stay here. I mean, if that's alright with.
Bye,
with
Loran.
you.
Bye, Brian. Hi, Bluey.
I imagine that Loran's like pushing all Sarah's like, bye.
Sarazer's like, this is not surprising to me at all. Though Loran does stop and say, wait, do you want a milkshake? Wait, you're a druid. You can make your own. Let's go.
Understood.
Snow
I am
cones.
self-sufficient.
Snow cone.
I could go and disappear into the forest and never come back.
Please don't do
That's just
that.
something I am able to do.
If
No.
you do that, what I can do is I can burn down the forest until I find you.
Loran, I'm going to take you. He looks around and sees the drunken druid over there. Come with me.
Okay. Off we go. and you guys can go off for your drinks. So, Bluey, is there anything you want to say to Sarah and Neff as you go in? Get yourself a drink.
Hi, Bluey.
Hello. Have you been here long?
It hasn't really been that long, but we ran into Vanya before.
Bluey knows who Vanya is, right? Does she
think
know
so.
everything or
Yes.
not really?
I think
I was up to
I think the
Neff, but I
party
assumed
knows
she
pretty
knows
much
everything.
everything.
Okay.
Everything.
Oh,
Within reason, you know things.
Yeah, but Neff doesn't have reason.
Oh, sure, no. I'm just getting exposed.
she'll look between Saraza and Nev and go, how did that go?
I'm not really sure. I think it went okay.
Bad as news.
Two outlooks on the same situation.
Only one is correct. Yes.
She seems like she's having a good time and winning battles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yes. How are you, Bluey?
Good. Feeling a bit more confident that like my grappling skills might actually come into use. Like,
Oh,
I mean,
Well,
like
tomorrow.
I learned
I'm
about
assuming
it
we're gonna
and I
be
trained
tagged.
up. And it's
Okay. Well, I'm a similar stature to him. Ugh. If you want to practice on me, you definitely can. I do not mind.
well, can I try grappling as well?
There's only an inch or so between us. I could headbutt him, but also I could pretend to be him. In the sense that I'm a practice dummy, not that I ever want to be anything like that man.
You're not a practice dummy, Sarzi. You're a practice smarty, okay?
Yeah.
Do you know Cortan called me a dud?
Is that like slang for dad?
Talia. No, Neff. No, Neff. It doesn't really hurt me. It's just interesting they use the same turn of phrase. See where she gets it from.
Oh.
Anyway, they're both dead now, so I suppose it's not really of any consequence.
I guess they are both duds.
They're duds.
Both
They're
dead.
duds.
I don't know if I'm
Maybe
using that
Blue,
correctly.
like, should I say that loud? In a crowded shop.
Lower the office on the table for you if you want.
She'll look at the table and be like, milkshake or
Neff and Blue vibe together, man. Same wavelength.
Okay, actually that would be good. I mean, it probably wouldn't be good to do it during watches. Oh, by the way, Neff, we've been put on to watch Cruel together tonight.
Okay, what sequence in the order are we?
Second or third? I don't know if Brian and
your second.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, but yes, second.
Okay.
After Cass and Slya, yes. Sarah's, I think maybe you're after. I can't remember how that.
No, I'll probably be after that. I don't mind doing it on my own.
All right.
I can size him up.
Sounds good.
See whether he might have any hidden strength we don't know about yet. I think I'd beat him in hand-to-hand combat.
I think I could beat him at Norths and Crosses.
I would put a bet on both of those things.
Neff, I'm sure you would. Oh yeah, I'm sure you would. Okay, so as you guys discuss that, whatever that was, Ulster, Loran just seems to be slowly meandering towards the drunken druid.
Thank you, Purple, for the resub for the 2
time.
months. Lots of love.
He stops before you go inside and just says,
Hope you're doing well.
I don't know. I don't know if drinking's exactly what I need.
I mean, we can go elsewhere. I was going to find a nice wine and find you a quiet table in the corner, but
Oh. Oh no, actually, I love that. That's perfect. Okay, I'm into it. Oh, he kind of like you can see his little spirits pick up a bit. They do have a nice wine here.
they do, and they have lots of dark corners with curtains as well. So like we can sit there and just.
We can sit there and just.
Just
Wonderful. Just vibe. Perfect. You enter the Drunken Druid, and it seems to be a lovely establishment where you can have a nice evening together. I will just, unless there's anything you want to talk to Loran about.
I think also it's
will
just
assume.
making sure Loran's okay.
Mhm.
He's not. He doesn't seem very okay. But
You know, I think Loran would just say, as you guys are kind of like picking out your wines, you know, when all this is over, we could make our own alcohol. We could do anything. Anything we wanted.
we could. I could make the grapes.
You can make the
Then
grapes.
you can like step on them.
I can.
Yeah.
I can.
Mhm.
Is that how it's made?
I think so. I am quite versed in alcohol.
I know.
Can pick up some Nevin when
I
we
like
go
it.
to the Messiah.
We definitely should do that.
Oh
I do miss my parents-in-law.
Oh yes, I am very excited about family dinner.
Oh, do you know I took this? And he pulls a book out of his satchel. It's from your library.
Can I investigate, or like what do I have to see? Like how expensive this is? Such rare. Okay, 12 plus 3, 15.
This seems to be quite a rare volume from Rolmy's private library, which you know Loran was sauntering around last time you guys were there, and it seems to be just a standard volume, but it is completely hand-bound and handwritten. So
I think also looks between it, Loran. He's like, I'm sure he loved that.
I think it really solidified how our relationship was going to be.
You know, you don't have to keep punishing him for what he did to me, because I punished him enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're probably right.
He's
You are
trying, and he's doing this for us now. And well, hopefully he reacted well to, you know. Also, I wonders if he should say "baby" aloud, but I think it's on his face. He's like, he reacted well.
I know what you're referring to, and yeah, he did. Yeah. Okay. I will return this to him as a show of good faith, and that action alone should convey all it needs to convey.
If you want rare books, I have a whole study. You can just help yourself.
It was more about, well, I am very interested in this. Academia is one of my favorites. Don't tell anyone I'm in. They already know.
Everyone knows you're in that.
I know. No, it's
the quality.
Sometimes I think. Do you want to know something? Sometimes I used to look at Ender and think, "Wow, how far removed am I from that little boy?" And
He is a little boy, and you are 127 years old.
Taoshiri aging, don't forget. Wonderful.
Also
I'm glad we're having this chat.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was just going to say, it's less about the book and more about the fact that I took it in front of him, and he couldn't do anything about it.
He's not. He won't do anything to
No.
against you, considering who you are to me.
I won't punish him anymore. If you're not, I won't.
I think he punishes himself enough every day. In fact, I seem to know him better now he's an adult, and I have a suspicion, Loran. I have a suspicion. I've been watching the way that my mother and father interact, and I think that I might be a cave baby.
That is a surprise to only yourself. I need you to know. I'm certain you're a cave child.
I wonder who my godparent is. Well, actually, I probably know. That makes things a lot more awkward.
Instinct tells me it's Sylvanus, but to be
I wish
honest,
Titania
I
was my
believe it.
godparent. Big hands. Also looks
I'm
wistful.
confused. I am confused, but empathetic of your plight right now. It's okay. Now, let's channel that energy into future conflict, and instead just enjoy tonight.
Okay. We should probably get some sleep as well straight after this. I don't really think we should go out on the town considering your fragile state of mind.
No. Do you think Cass has forgotten about Freya?
Yes.
Stunning. I'm excited to see that one play out. Ooh.
That is.
Right
I don't
then.
think Cass is used to the struggles of love and romance.
Gosh, if only she had the perfect couple as a blueprint for her. Oh wait, she does. This is fault. I have no empathy. Right then, and he takes the wine bottle and starts to move off towards one of the corners of the room, his arm linked in yours. If there's anything else you want to say to him, we can.
I think you guys can imagine the conversation from then on.
Okay. Also, all of you are frozen for me now. So I'm going purely off of your voices. So just. Oh!
Wow.
Oh, you came back? You're vaguely back. Okay. So, moving back then into the Sealy Court. Slya and Cass. I know that you are staying in one place. However, I will ask you if you like, you can make a perception check or an insight check, or if there's anything you want to do in this time, just as downtime whilst you watch Cruel. If not,
yeah, I think
then
we'll
we'll just say the
roll
time passes.
a perception. I also think
cheeky
that
check
Cass
for
would have like created like a little blanket vibe, so like they're in a slumber party watching Cruel.
Aww.
Like they're all snuggled.
I love it.
You said we could do an insight check?
A watch party.
Yeah, that would be an insight check on Cruel. Watch party.
I'm doing a perception check for like other things, so I got a 15 for that.
Okay. As a 15, you actually do hear about halfway through your watch the sounds of heavy footfall and voices from outside of the room. It is hard to pinpoint exactly who is speaking or for what reason. It does sound like a lot of people. That's what you get, the 15. Insight, Slya, what did you roll?
18.
18. Cruel seems agitated as he had been before up until that point. However, now that you are... you get the impression that Loran and Allstair were a level of overbearing which was painful to him. You guys are more of a dull throb of annoyance, if anything.
Okay.
I think I'd send my familiar out to see what's occurring with the footsteps.
Sure. Slya, you'd probably notice that as well. As Cass sends her, is it your Raven or is it snake form? Or
Yeah,
is it
Raven.
Spider? Raven. It sends
It
her
is a
Raven
Raven.
out. summons her raven and then sends it out into the corridor. And you do see that actually this just seems to be the civilians who had been taking shelter in the deepest areas of the Sealy Court, being escorted out by Zarina's mages and by guards of the Arch Premier. You get the impression that somehow the tides have changed in your favor, and it is now being put into action as the mages and the Arch Premier are working together. Not quite yet normal. You do still see there is chaos around. There are a few casualties and some injured being sort of like left and sort of like left at the edges of the room and tended to. And you probably would see that they're mostly Ventress guards, with some others thrown in there, just general city guards, general people who are working at the courts, though in much lower positions than Tegan and the Ventress's were. But you get the impression the coup is being cleared out after succeeding. So that's what you would see.
Cool.
All right. So as your guys' watch comes to an end, okay. Yep.
I was just gonna ask Slya how she was feeling after the whole Drow delegation leaving, and sort of how are you feeling, Slya, after that?
Slya kind of like looks over at Karul and just kind of like subtly shakes her head. I'm fine.
Cass gets it.
I was thinking about doing a sending if you wanted me to do one. Freya's still in town.
Yes, I was going to ask that for once we, because like now Cass looks at Karul and is like.
Also, before like Ulster and Loren had mentioned anything, Slya was already thinking about it.
Yeah. It has been on my mind. So are you going to... I'm assuming you're doing sendings? Or are you waiting to get out of the room?
Probably Cass would wait until she's out of the room for her sending to Freya.
Okay. Sweet. So you guys start finishing up, and I'm assuming that Bluey, knowing that yours and Neff's watch is approaching, you would probably want to take your leave from Shillelagh Shakes and Sweets and make your way back towards the Sealy Court. And you are able to relieve Cass and Slya from their watch as the sort of late evening begins to set in. It's getting to the darkest point.
No, everyone's been.
Hello?
Oh. What? Oh.
Hello?
Was that a region change? Hello?
That was weird.
That was weird, yeah.
Emma, you're moving again.
When did I freeze? I'm sorry.
No, just your signal's a lot better now.
Yeah, very high quality.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, nothing changed on my end. But
Somebody
I can
changed
see
the
you
region?
all now.
Hello.
Hello?
Everything quit, everything went black, and then when we opened up, Emma was clear again and moving.
Yeah.
It reacted the way it usually does on mine
How
when
long
somebody
have I
else
not been
changes
moving?
the
I'm
region.
sorry, I didn't know. I could have
Oh,
changed.
it's just been a little bit laggy. That's nothing too bad.
Okay, cool.
Missing frames.
This is a strawberry. Can you see it? You see it moving? It's all
Yeah.
okay? Sweet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
The strawberry. The strawberry show now.
Wow, and Emma.
Wow. Anyway, so are you guys? You guys do your swap. Cass, Slya, you are now free. Neff, Bluey.
Yes.
The moment you walk through the door, you notice Karul just bristle slightly and turn to look away, but Loran's mirror is still there, remnants of it at least. Kind of fading a little. Fading a little, but there enough that he can see Neff and just kind of goes, "Urgh," and just turns, making vaguely inhuman noises at the sight of you. You're infamous now, Neff.
Does he say that to me?
No,
Okay.
that's just me being real to you.
Wow. Infamy. This is what it feels like.
That sounds like something.
Quite the
Roger would say.
Channel Brian.
Yeah. That's how you get to you to channel the Brian energy. So, Neff,
Yes.
you walk into the room. Bluey, you walk into the room. There is a very mossy picnic waiting for you. Have you guys left any fruits or chocolates for them, or have you eaten it all?
You probably notice the moss is vaguely sentient at times. You never see it moving, but you think it does.
Look, Bluey,
Wait,
there's
the
moss
moss-
having a
It's like in one
picnic.
position, you look away, you look back, and it's moved. I like that.
It's
Wait,
like
the
cursed
moss
doll
is
moss.
real?
So, what did you say, Bluey?
Were the Mossmen real?
I don't know. I didn't know that moss could have picnics.
You can ask Ulster.
Who's gonna try and ask the mosque? Moss?
The mosque. When did this get here? Girl, did you build this? Did you build this
I
while we were
did.
gone?
A moss mosque is a bit. No.
A moss
she's
mosque?
gonna
That's cool.
the moss.
The mosque.
Wait, were you real the whole time? Like she'll touch it gently. I don't know if that's like some sort of
wait.
role.
Roll a
Animal.
animal
Nature.
Roll me a
Yes.
animal handling check.
Oh.
Animal handling. Yes.
It is an
You
animal.
believe this is an animal. You believe this lives.
It lives.
That's 17.
Oh.
17. You just gently tap the moss. It's hard to say if it moves of its own accord, but it certainly recoils.
It's an Ouija
Try.
board. You just don't know.
Can I try feed the moss some of the chocolate?
Roll me an animal handling check because you
Okay.
believe this is an animal.
But I'm handling chocolate, Emma. Can I do a chocolate handling check instead?
I mean, a lot of animals
Do you
can't
believe-
have chocolate.
How vegan are you that you believe chocolate is alive?
Hey. Well, I mean, dark
joking,
chocolate is vegan, you know. But alright,
That's my favorite chocolate.
You can make chocolate vegan.
and it gives me
Like-
life. I love
do like
I love
hot
chocolate.
but I like
Mm.
white chocolate and dark chocolate the best. The two ends of the spectrum.
I'm a dark
Very
chocolate
well.
extremist. I only like the dark and bitter chocolate. See, I'm such a sweet person in real life that I need the bitterness to even me out. That's how my brain
you-
works.
I would
I
eat.
like white
I
milk.
used to eat those like Lint 90%.
Oh, those are,
ones
that's too
come
much
in
for
a
me.
cube.
That's
Oh,
that's
Have
really
you
on the end of the
eaten
spectrum.
mine?
Yeah, but I operate in
Fair
extremes only.
That's fair. I'm like a 80%er. You know, that's my jam.
Yes.
I like white chocolate.
White chocolate.
I like white chocolate or I like dark chocolate. Milk chocolate, I can take it or leave it.
Interesting.
So,
I like really good milk chocolate.
ooh, I like a galaxy is good. Neff,
That's my name. Okay, animal handling check.
yeah.
Oh, it's actually not too bad. That's a 19.
Wow.
19. Wow. You pick up the chocolate and
Okay.
like, come here, boy. Come here, Moss. Come on. How do you entice the Moss?
I just try to make like this guttural
How
sort
would you
of.
call Moss? Do it.
See, I think I heard somebody doing this once, and as they started growing moss, so I'm thinking maybe this might be a way to get the moss to have some of the chocolate.
Cruel is
Cruel's just like,
pressed against the edge of the magic circle. Stop that.
Blue, I think Karul might be made of moss. The call worked.
No, it didn't. Stop that noise.
I'm gonna try again.
All I think about is like the clips I've seen of Skippy, the bush kangaroo.
What
What's
does
that,
this
Skip?
mean?
There's trouble at the well.
What does this
Sorry.
mean?
I like.
it's an Australian reference, so Australian, even I don't know what it is.
Like this kangaroo was the star of this TV show, and it's kind of like what's that? It's like Lassie in a way. Like people talk to the dog somehow, and the dog helps saves people. But like, so Skippy does a similar thing, and whenever it showed Skippy manipulating things with his hands, it was like 2 kangaroo paws on sticks being manipulated in front of the camera, like holding something like that. Just like a close up. Anyway, there you go.
Okay.
That was amazing.
So, yes. Carl deliberately ignores you, Neff, once he realizes this is what you want.
He's become immune. He knows that it's me who's making the noise now.
Neff, in your distraction, looking at Carl, you look down at your hand, the chocolate's gone.
Hee
Boy.
You saw nothing move, the chocolate is just gone.
It's like Blue turns around, yeah, and there's just chocolate on your mouth.
Bluey?
She would not have done that.
That would have been funny.
That's
though.
very funny though.
Yeah.
Have we discovered something?
I think so. What have we discovered?
I'm gonna leave the moss alone for a while.
Okay.
Because like I think it's just happy hanging out.
Also,
And
it's
so
true
I'm
gift
happy
was
to
creating
know.
life all along.
Yeah. Aw. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, what's fun is... No. What's fun is... That's true. I'm gonna message you something, Lily.
Whoops!
Oops. But the two of you.
The dental
So,
spoiler. Sorry.
Just the
Moss,
two of
sentient
us.
Moss, it's secret stuff, secret DM stuff. I can only talk about it with the player, I'm afraid. I can't reveal their secrets. It's not my right. Not my right. Anyway, the two of you pass your watch.
Your hair is full of
Pass-
secrets.
Pass our watch.
Twice as large. You two of you pass your
Yeah.
watch.
I thought it was because Mount Fuji was in there.
In Emma's hair? Wait, what? Did I miss something?
In Emma's hair?
I had to think about it. Oh, my dad photo. Okay, so on Facebook, I've updated my cover photo, so it's like me like looking out, and my hair looks pretty big because it's summer.
Oh, I remember the
And
photo.
my dad was like, "Oh, Emma, is that Mount Fuji?" Or my mum, no, my dad was like, "Oh, is that Mount Fuji?" Because there's a mountain in the background, and my mum was like, "No, it's her hair." And I was like, "No, it's my hair," or something. I don't remember who. And so that's why Mount Fuji's under there. That's why it's so big.
Oh, I found the comment. Is that Fuji? Question mark. No, it's your daughter. Do you see her? Question mark! Exclamation point.
Those are my parents.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Aw.
My parents are bizarre.
Thomas you would love them. The dad jokes.
Dad jokes.
You'd fit right in.
Mm-hmm.
I love me a good dad joke. Some good dad humor.
You're a good dad.
Anyways, so Cass and Slya, two leaving the Feywild, not the Feywild, no, leaving the Sealy Court.
We're like, peace out, bitches.
Yeet. We're done. We're gonna go get some mimosas and spend the rest of our days on the beach.
Time for a double date between Freya and Farinia.
Oh yeah. So, Cass and Slya, that you have free time. What do you like to do?
Slya, would you mind sending a message to Freya asking where she is? Because I've got some downtime now, so I'm probably going to disappear.
Yeah, that's fair. Just let me know what you want to say.
Hey, it's Cass. Where are you? Sorry, Koo ran long. You know.
Casual. After a moment, you get a reply. Hey, I'm in, I think it's called the Unusual Dragon. Just having a drink. Yeah, had a wild day too.
The Unusual Dragon.
You guys have, you might not have been with us when we were there, but Slya knows where it is. You stayed there before.
Okay.
Yeah, Slya will convey the message.
Well, you are more than welcome to come with if you want, but I'm going to be heading there.
Do you know where it is?
No, good point. Help me.
I was gonna say, can Slya just like draw like a quick map?
Sure, I'm sure you could do that. We will test Cass's map reading skills in the meantime. But first, Slya, can you just roll me a quick survival check as you make this map?
Okay. I'm so glad I am proficient. That's a 16.
16. Okay, you feel like you've maybe made a pretty decent map on the fly, which is good, considering this is a very confusing city, which has a tendency to change considering the tricksy nature of the Fae. So, you make your way across the upper district, across the upper treetop district, and towards the stairwell which leads to the lower district where the unusual dragon is. Slya, are you going down to the lower district? What are you doing? Where are you heading?
Did we establish plans for where we were like bunking down for the night?
So you guys kind of know one night has already passed, and that was the only night that you actually had any secure plans for, which then, because of various things, you all changed amongst yourselves. Loran going to a shissel, coups, etc. So for this night, no. You don't. You told Frina to go and find you guys somewhere to sleep, and she is in the unusual dragon, is what you know. Not Frina, I'm so sorry, Freya. Those names? Oopsie. Oopsie.
I think Slya wants to give like Cass and Freya some like privacy, so she's just like Yeah, I think she's probably just gonna like kind of like bunk up outside of Karul's cell. Like in that hallway.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you escort Cass to the stairwell. You part ways and you go back the way you came. Fine. Cool.
Yeah.
That's great.
Cass. Slya will be easy to find.
Yep. Cass, you make your way down these intricate stairwells. You make your way down these sort of intricate stairwells. And like around these sort of like wide stairwells. Sorry, I said stairwells twice. These wide passageways which seem to like follow the sort of roots of the tree. Knowing that Viseros is a city built into the trees, you can use these trunks to kind of navigate from the upper district down to the lower district, which is actually on the ground floor of the forest. And when you get down here, the vibe is very different. It's a lot darker. The nightlife seems a bit more vibrant down here. Street lights are formed from fireflies and fairies, just kind of like darting in between the trees and illuminating the paths beneath. It seems like it should be incredibly busy. However, you can hear from the few patrons and people that pass you that word seems to have trickled down from the upper district of discontent and discord being sown amongst the courts, and it seems to have kept a majority of people in their homes tonight. So, you aren't particularly accosted or obscured from making your way to the Unusual Dragon Tavern. However, when you approach, you do find the door is locked from the inside out. So,
okay, Cass is gonna knock then.
Okay. Your knock is answered by what appears to be a bronze dragonborn who just kind of slips open a slat in the doorway and peers out. Who are you?
Oh, I have a companion here who who's waiting for me. May I come in?
Name, if you don't mind.
Cass.
No, your companion's name.
Oh, Freya.
Wonderful. Slat slam shut. Oh, you wait a moment. a little bit longer. And just when you're about to knock again, Slat opens up. We do have a Freya here. Just so you are aware, we are no longer serving alcohol at the bar because we feel like we need to coos, and slams the Slat shut, starts unlocking the door. As he pulls it open, he kind of ushers you inside and quickly
As
shuts
they
it.
said that, Kath did die slightly inside, but she was like, "It's fine. I have a portable bar in my bag. It's not the same."
He just nods, so long as you don't give it to any of the other patrons. We just don't want to have drunk and disorderly behaviour on the same night as political unrest. I hope that's understandable.
I completely
Okay.
understand.
Sure thing. All right, so you make your way inside, and you do see there are a fair few patrons. Most of them are just eating meals or drinking from their own personal supplies, but fairly empty in like the kind of like the back, more kind of like the quieter areas of this tavern. It also seems to have an inn attached to it, rooms that you could stay in up top. And the moment you walk in, it is easy to spot Freya as she has kicked up her feet onto a table, and is just reclining in her chair, pulling apart a piece of what appears to be a very large birthday cake.
I'm really sorry. The connection went really, really bad. I heard reclining, and that was it.
Reclining in her chair, pulling apart what appears to be a piece of a very large birthday cake.
Oh my god, is it her birthday? How could you do this? Okay, Kath.
She's like throwing it in the air. Hello. Would you like cake?
And
it's a bit stale. But...
I would love cake. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, actually, I ran out a while ago.
They exchange.
Wait. So.
Is it your birthday?
Oh no! I took this from another table.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I don't have any money and I wanted food, so.
I get that. Yeah. Is it any good?
I mean, stale. They're not missing it, so. Huh.
So how you said you had quite a while. Successful, wildly successful.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Good. That's great.
Only a few deaths. That's all we wanted.
Nice. Did you get anyone?
I did. I wanted to keep them, but I wasn't allowed. But
is that like
I'm going to get some other bodies instead.
Talk to me about that.
It's a recent one, but it was very fun.
Interesting. When we're talking bodies not in the sense of like Taravine's bodies. We're talking bodies in the sense of like other shit that doesn't impact my line of work or my life, right?
Of course.
Sweet. I applaud you and your efforts. And she kind of gets a glass and just like digs it into the cake like they do, like in
yeah.
passes you, shoves a spoon in it. There you go.
Kath munches down because she is hungry after cooing.
Sweet. Yeah, I had a weird day. Yeah, so tried some gambling, won some money, then I lost it all. And then I got lost, like on this one street, which seemed to be like full of jewels and gems. And every time I went to pick one up, the street changed shape. It was real crazy. And then I saw this like group of people singing happy birthday, and I followed them in here. And they were drinking very heavily. All of them passed out, and they left this cake, so I took it. That was my day.
That sounds like
it's not quite a coup, actually. Now I think about it.
That sounds like a pretty cool. Yeah, but like, still fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I'd quite like to find that jewel street, but I have a feeling you'd never be able to get the jewels.
No, I think that was kind of the point.
Phase are tricky
I do think
like
that was kind of the point. For sure. So, is this what your life is just kind of like? Because I can kind of relate. I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of every sort of interaction we have often gets away from us a little bit, and it's always a bit crazy and strange.
I mean, that suits me. To be honest, I mean, the line of work I'm in, I have to be ready to kind of just go at a moment's notice. I might not look like it. I do have a strong moral code, and I'm still very much involved in that dismantling the slave trade that's happening.
I have quite a lot of desires to sort of end that as well.
Sweet.
Thinking about her baby Kion.
It's not a job you kind of ever stop doing, and I feel like yours is kind of like that as well. I just wanted to make sure that we both understood each other. That's,
of course, if you, that's, this is all still quite new to me, but I like that you are dismantling a slave trade. It's hot.
I like that you are dismantling a corrupt government. That's hot.
I think they cheers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, lifts a drink. So what's next for you?
So an execution is actually what's next.
Sweet. Sweet. I like that. I like the sound of that. Where?
Have you ever been to the Maasai?
Heard of it? Maybe. Mostly just because it's on the maps, but otherwise nothing.
If you're not going to be called away for hot dismantling slave duties, slave trade duties, not slaves, then you're more than welcome to join. You know Brian? He's kind of like a big deal over there.
That's cool.
So, which you'll figure out pretty quick if we end up there. Yeah. Also
cool.
kind of
good for him.
Royal.
Okay. Okay, so you have a prince in your group.
Yes.
That's
and a princess.
Which she looks at you.
Who do you think?
It's not you.
No. It would be a poor country whoever I was the princess of.
Slya or Bluey, definitely.
Actually, no, Neff. But I can see why you think Slya.
Didn't she?
Slya has a very regal air.
I am going to say nothing to that. Right. Okay.
It's all right. Everything you're thinking, we have all thought ourselves.
Great. So what's Slya then?
What is Slya? Slya is just amazing. She's definitely the mum of the group and keeps us all together.
Okay, I can appreciate
and functioning.
That. Sweet. But she's
and
not
alive.
like a prince or a princess. That's cool. Just like you got a bit diversity, and that's interesting. Okay. Sweet. And Bluey? What does Bluey do?
Yeah, Bluey's got a whole big thing that we definitely need to address at some point, but coup and executions have kind of, and then rescuing wives has kind of, will definitely interfere with us sorting out Bluey's stuff.
Sweet, okay. You know what? I feel like the more I know, the more danger I'm putting myself in. So I am going to stop asking questions and instead tell you my room number and start walking upstairs. And she puts a key on the table stretches and starts making her way upstairs.
Cass finishes her drink and the cake because she was hungry. Because the berries were good, but she did leave some for Neff and Blue, and follows.
Okay, sweet. So, Ulster and Loran, as you settle down at your table in the tavern, Ledran comes forward. You also spot that a few of the guards who have previously been kind of quite standoffish and guarding the outskirts of the Sealy Court are also coming in their off time, it seems, considering everything is calming down slightly in the hours after you guys, in the hours after. It's getting a little bit busier, but you have secured a cozy corner by the fireplace. Loran has pulled up little blankets, like little fluffy blankets, you guys can like hold up to your chins, whilst you drink your elderflower wine. And he just relaxes against you and closes his eyes, and he says, "You know, I know there's probably an inn or Zarina's place we could stay in, but I don't know. Fancy sleeping in the mansion tonight."
Sure.
Just kind of like our space. And I mean, I need to cast it anyway. I need Cass to come in and do her thing.
Yeah. Is there anywhere we should go first before you open it?
Somewhere safe. I can contact Cass and tell her where to go. And the place doesn't really matter. I don't really want to go back to the city court, you know, not right now.
Wasn't there that garden you liked?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, let's go there. Let's go there. And he just kind of like gives you a kiss on the cheek.
Also, just let him settle.
Leans into you a bit. And finishes his drink. Then you guys chill a little bit longer by the fire. And when your bottle is empty, you guys a little clumsily get up, hand in hand, and start walking towards the edge of the inn. And Loran says, "If we run, we can keep this blanket. It's so nice and warm." 3, 2, 1, go. And Loran.
Okay. Also scrambles after him.
"What are they going to do? Stop us? We run this town."
This is looking really good for your election.
I know. I have to believe they'll go off skill.
Mm-hmm. Not reputation. The blanket stealer, Loran Dehane.
I'd love it if they called me that.
Maybe we could start that.
I'll go around, steal everyone's linens, see how it goes. See how far word spreads.
I like that.
The names probably aren't going to go away, just so you know. Not until people start forgetting them.
Yeah, but the people who matter don't care about the names.
No, they don't. Now, what if I cast Bear Strength on you and you piggybacked me all the way?
I could just try it myself.
Let's do it. I need you to roll me a strength check, Ulster. Loran hops onto your back.
It's an 18!
Oh!
Yeah!
Nice! Okay. You are incredibly shaky at first, and you just stand there draped in this blanket, like... And then you take us one step, and Loran's like, "You got this." Another step. You've really got this.
Aesthetic muscle only.
And then off you go. You once said that to me. I don't think it's necessarily a problem.
He squishes Loran's side.
I have a small centimeter to pinch, and that is okay.
I'm not complaining.
I'm sorry I can't be as thick as Sarza. That just doesn't work on this physique.
Sarza is dummy thick, but I'll get over it.
I think Loran probably just like blows a raspberry in your ear. That's it. You guys
Sorry.
make your way.
Does Sarza get disadvantage to stealth?
Because his thighs.
Dummy thick. His thighs do clip, clip, clip. I live for the applause, applause, applause. It's just his thighs.
That was beautiful.
Dummy thick.
Yes, that's the reason he has disadvantage on stealth. Definitely not because he's wearing armor.
Dummy thick says.
So you guys make your way across the upper treetop district and towards what appears to be one of the main trees, which supports this structure. And you see that carved into it, semi-carved, semi-natural, is this archway of like twirling branches, which just kind of split in a perfect kind of like almond shape, half almond shape. And through that entrance, you see there is a garden filled with blue-green grass and kind of like wide, like simple white stones, paving the floorway and paths. There is some wildlife here, some animals. You see a hedgehog with blooming spines, a little family of them just kind of like moving amongst the groves. And there are fae. And the deeper in you go, the thicker these kind of like vines encapsulating each side of it become. And you remember seeing like there was like the Vines district, which was like kind of an offshoot of this. This is the first time you've come to this one particular area, where there is an actual dedicated, what you assume is usually supposed to be a private garden, considering this is a very rich area. However, no one is stopping you, considering there are no guards around or free. Or
Look who you're
energized
talking
enough
to. The most entitled boys
Yeah.
in the group.
So entitled. There are no guards around at the moment, considering coups, and everyone's exhausted. And you can make your way through. And there seems to be a perfect patch of moss, as though it was just waiting for you.
Ah,
It is
it
a moss
found
which
me.
blooms white flowers, and Loran says, "It really did. It really did."
You know it moves when no one's looking.
Only the stuff you make.
Who's to
Special
say I
snowflake.
didn't make this?
That's a conspiracy. Altogether. Have you actually lived centuries and built the district?
It's very difficult to know how old I am.
That's true.
Mm.
Very true.
I'm going to stick with the age I remember.
I think also the age your parents tell you is probably a good shout.
Yeah, but they lie. Also, I think
That
my
was
parents are really, really old. I did reading on Lachey. They can live for like 9,000 years.
Well, if you do have Lachey blood, I heard it gets very heavily diluted. But that being said,
in me, but I
you're
don't
gonna
know
live
how
long
old
time
he
anyway.
is.
That's true.
I'm making myself feel better because now he's a human, and humans really have the lifespan of like butterflies.
Yeah, it is true. Have you ever wondered what's going to happen to Sarza? Because I wonder. We're going to have to take him in. We're going to have to build him an annex.
You mean when Dorella?
Maybe
Well,
we could
yes.
spend some time somewhere cold, like the Maasai.
Yes, Sarza could spend some time in my garden. I think it would be good for him. Kev can show him how to grow flowers.
Oh no, they would get along. Nah, it's probably fine. Occupy him.
Yeah, he needs more friends.
Maybe they can be pen pals.
Maybe Kev
What do
also
you think
needs
of
more
that?
friends. Yes.
This is true. Right, I'm gonna jump onto this moss. Are you ready?
He flips around off his
3,
back.
2, 1. Oh, there we go. Flop.
Also,
Laran
Amede's
flops
like,
in the
oh,
moss.
I'm gonna
We could
feel
just-
that. Shakes out his sprained wrist. Yep.
Laran says, right, if this is going away with a sleep, we're going to bed. And starts just like in the moss tracing the sigils, leaving these like kind of like slight flaming scorch marks. And he looks at you and he says, I'm sorry, you can fix them later. As he starts summoning the doorway.
You hurt, boss.
I'll kiss it better. And then he opens the door.
Also, immediately runs
And-
into the baby room. Sit outside.
Yeah. The sunflowers are still blooming. And you guys can settle down there to sleeps. Neff and Bluey, as your watch passes, you hear a knock at the door, and Sarza appears, and he just says,
You hear him by the
Phoenix
clapping
lady.
outside.
oh no! I live for the applause.
Oh,
Anyway.
do I see Sarah's there as well? Since I'm outside the room.
Oh, I assumed you were asleep, but yes, if you're just kind of like sitting, doing like knitting or something, or just like having some quiet time, you do see Sarah as he passes the room, and he just looks down and he says, "Are you okay down there?"
Leia just kind of like holds up her knitting.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm going to. You should sleep, Slayer.
You should sleep up.
Sarza like looks like he's about to. Sarza hears Bluey's laugh from inside and just releases the handle on the door for a second, and he just kind of stops and he just leans against the wall and looks down. Hey, are you okay? No, that's a stupid question. What's hurting you?
Sarah's just talking to Slia.
Yep.
Just worried, that's all.
We all are, I think. Doesn't mean your worries any less valid. I get it. I've been there. Take your time. That looks cool. Looks at the blanket. Who's it for?
I was probably making something for your parents. Thank you.
Leander's favorite color is green. Dark green. And Serena's not impartial to yellow and gold.
Hey, Emma, if I make an Arcana check, is there any way that I could like enchant some like thread to have like these kind of like
Okay,
shimmering
I'm gonna
patterns in it? Possibly
I'm gonna
if
say that
she
Arcana
asked
check.
for Loren's help.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going with it. I was going to say it's an art to kind of make magic items in any capacity, so I'm going to say no, except if you bring what you make to Loran or your thread to Loran and ask
Okay.
him to enchant it. You know that something a simple enchantment like that would only take maybe 2 days tops.
Okay.
Like
I
that's
had
even,
this
like-
idea that like
Yeah.
she could like weave in this like kind of like growing like vine pattern that would like blossom these like yellow flowers on it.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Sarza says, I mean, if you wanted to do anything magical like that, but to that, I'm sure Loran could help you.
I'll ask when I see him again.
Sarza sort of sits down on the floor and starts sort of clumsily drawing in sigils, which you do actually recognize as fine familiar. And there's a moment where the magic just kind of puffs and then fizzles down to nothing. It's gone. I think.
That's good.
No.
I don't mind it. I did like the mole, though. At least I know he's a fae out there somewhere living a good life.
It's never gone. It's still in there. And she just kind of, like, taps his shoulder.
I don't need it. I'm happy. I'm happy to give it to Loran. Anyway, I should go and relieve the others. They need sleep.
You were, you were in the cell with me. Should I be worried?
I'm assuming you're talking about Talus.
Yeah.
Slya, I think what you have to understand is that there are always going to be people who are after us. We're at that level. Not all of them are going to be a threat. Not all of them are going to be able to get to us. What were you saying, sorry?
Coming after me is fine. But I just... You know.
I know.
Can't be everywhere at once.
I can't tell you how to feel. But I can give you some advice. Janzia, Onric, Phrynia, your child. I don't think that they can stay in the forge any longer.
I didn't think so either.
Send them sendings. Tell them go to Loran's. The boy is there. Let him know they're coming. I have contacts in Ironstone, and I'm sure Loran has even more so. If you want them protected, if you want them safe, we can organize it, even from afar.
Thank you.
Do what you need to do to make sure that they're safe, and we'll do the rest. And Loran's shop, as far as I'm aware, he'll know when something's wrong. At least you have that.
Who's watching the shop right now?
Leo. As far as I'm aware.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
What's funny?
We're gonna have trouble getting Phrynia out of the shop.
I don't know. She's looking for a new line of employment. I think Loran did just fire Timmons.
And she's very well read as far as magic goes. And I'm sure she'll drive a hard bargain. Make sure he earns a good bit of coin.
You should talk to him about it. I don't think he'd be against it.
In the morning.
In the morning.
I'll go ahead
We might
and
be about to do world-ending things, but or potentially world-ending things, but we shouldn't ignore everything else in that pursuit.
I'll start moving pieces.
Now go to sleep.
Have a good watch.
Sarah's open. No. Sarah opens the door. And Neff, Bluey, you see him come in and he just says, nap time. Get your rest, you'll need it tomorrow.
The
Okay.
moss is alive.
It ate some
Okay.
chocolate.
You definitely need to sleep.
Yeah, I did eat some chocolate. Yeah.
Okay, so you definitely need to sleep. And Sarah's just takes you, Bluey, by the back and just like, it's okay.
Okay.
Patting you and just like escorting you out.
Okay.
Slya, can you help them, please? They're not in their right minds. Neff, come along.
Oh.
Where am I
swear.
going?
So you know that Serena's offices are open freely for you. You know that in theory Freya has rooms for you, and you don't know where the others are.
Okay, in which case, Slya's gonna like just kind of like guide Neff and Bluey to Serena's office.
Wonderful.
Tired and wired.
Perfect. As you guys re-roll your bedrolls and set yourselves up on some of the carpet of Serena's office, you guys all find your rest and know that you're waking up to escorting Karul to a certain doom. And if that alone is not enough to give you good night's rest, then Slya, what did you want to do?
Can I just do nightly wife sending?
Nay.
Come
You may. Also, it's a 4-day week next week. Yay!
Yay!
Nice.
Yay. I didn't really... So what are you sending to your wife? Or did you just want to sort of say?
It's actually so after the everything that happened with like OSHA, Slya is going to send. Sorry, now. It's in a blend of Dwarvish and Undercommon.
Okay.
And it's. I had written something, but I'm also like, now this changes everything.
Everything has changed.
Everything has changed. I think she's... Dear one, I know it's not ideal, but I don't believe that the forge is safe anymore. I love you. And I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important.
Farinia says, yeah. I was expecting something like this. Sooner or later. And you notice that she's adding the Elvish and the Dwarvish swapping around the same points of the sentence you were swapping. Kind of attuned to that. Where do we go?
At this point, we would know what Loran's shop is called, and I just can't remember what it's called.
Arcane Emporium.
Okay. Oh, okay. In the Arcane District, it's called Arcane Emporium.
I'll go now. Are they expecting us?
I'll make sure they are. I wanted
And
to
then
make
to that
sure
final
that
message.
you knew
Oh.
before and had time to pack. And...
Okay. On that third sending, she replies, "All right. We'll leave as soon as we can. I love you. I love you." And that's all she says to her.
That's an interesting
Quite
question.
soft. Question? Question?
Anna asks in the chat, what happens if
Ah.
you do a sending to somebody who's sleeping?
They wake up and they see it in their dream. See it in their dreams.
Nice. Also, I have, well, I mean,
Is enchanting like something like that just coding?
it's neat.
The blanket.
Yeah.
It's like it's a 2-day project. You know, it's like pieces coming together. Anyway, I know
It's
nothing
magic.
about it.
It's magic. But okay.
Slya's
Maybe
also going to
Loran
do
can
a
secretly
sending
code.
to Leo.
Okay.
Just
Remembering what their voice sounds like. What do they sound like? Okay. This might be off, but who knows?
Hi, Leo. You might remember me from Loran's shop. Please be expecting 3 guests. I'll clear it with Loran. Thank you.
After a moment, Leo replies, "Yeah, I can make some space for them upstairs. I'll let you know if anything goes wrong or right. Everything's fine. I definitely haven't made a mess."
Can I insight check this?
Yeah, sure.
18. Rolling a lot of 9s today.
If this was a phone call, you would hear them on the other end, like running around, like picking stuff up off the ground.
Like a kid who partied when their parent was out of town.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And the parents have just called to say they're coming back in 30 minutes.
Exactly. It's that scene in Parasite where they're all like hiding, like they're all having a good time, and then it's like, oh no, 8 minutes and we have to make them like sirloin steak ramen. Oh no, run away. So that was essentially what that was. Anyway, so you guys all find yourselves having a long night's rest, and for the first time in a long time, for most of you, I think, a peaceful one. If not peaceful, one without nightmares. And that is where we'll leave it for tonight. Woo! You did it! D&D. D&D Beyond.
Oh my god.
All right, thank you.
Oh my
Guys
god.
for playing, and thank you for watching.
Cries
next
in
week, same
Possessed
time.
Wife.
Oh no, we won't.
My possessed wife. See you guys
We
on
will
Monday.
see you on
Monday.
Monday time. Woo.
Monday next week.
And also,
on
I think the next
Sunday
time.
for Shiny Boys.
Yee.
Did you say Sunday? I think it's Saturday, isn't it? Or is it
Saturday. Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday
Saturday's
shiny.
the
Louis and I will be
Saturday.
coming to you in person together, live. It's gonna be fun.
Yes. So I can kick Thomas in person.
It's gonna be
It's been
great.
too long.
I will have many bruises on my shins.
Oh my god, wait, yeah, travel's
It's the only
allowed.
place I can reach.
Oh wow.
Marka in chat says, "Oh, my
Okay.
kick is bugged."
Alright,
No, don't.
And the stream Thank you again, everyone, anyone who watched. Thank you to Sirenscape for the music and the ambiance. And we'll see you guys next time. Gluten bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Gluten free.